Good morning, bonjourne, or is that probably entirely wrong? Welcome to the last day here on B-Stream and the last day of playoffs. Ooh, we are so close to the main stage, but we are not quite there yet. I am Fluke. This is Demo. Hello, Demo. Say hello.
Hello.
Say hello to the people.
Hello, Demo.
Say hello to the people at the back.
Hello, people at the back.
And that's all the hellos you get because we have other things we have to get into, and the first thing will be, well, our schedule here on the B stream. We open up with our first finalist decider, FaZe Clan versus Wildcard.
Oh, big old game. We get a repeat. Both of these teams have played against each other in Munich, so we will see maybe a bit of a revenge here for Wildcard because it was FaZe who beat them in that contest. There's the bracket. What a bracket we've had, and we're down to 8. 2 of them, keep in mind, still have to go.
Yeah, 2 of them will go home today. Obviously on the A stream, Falcons and Fury will be playing out at the same time, but after that is when we send our final 2 teams home, the ones that if you've got tickets for Sweet Paris, they will not be joining you. Weibo versus Team Secret will be the one covered on this side, and on the other, in fact, no, it won't be. I'm entirely incorrect about that. That will be on the A stream, sorry. It will instead be SSG Fluxo W7M.
It's really getting down to it where you make a case for every team and why they deserve to be at main stage. And the fact that we have to get rid of 2 of them still, it's sad. It is. Thankfully, though, whenever we look at the game we've got here today, but we'll see them again. This is not the end for either Wildcard or FaZe. We will see them this weekend.
Yeah, I think that's the sort of setup, right? Is with FaZe, especially reigning champions, hammer lifters, you know that they're going to want to try and double down. They want to try and do that thing that seems pretty hard to do, is get yourself a second hammer.
And only one team has done it back-to-back, and that is, of course, the G2 2019, well, 2018 and the 2019 Penta G2, whatever you want to call it. They're the only roster who have done that, back-to-back hammers. Furia, they couldn't do it.
Nope.
FaZe obviously have an idea that, you know what, we can do it, but the team they're up against are no slouches, and really, I think Wildcard, for me, have been the team of the year.
Wow.
From where they were,
okay.
You think about the roster changes that they had.
Yep.
They went the reload. I mean, people were thinking, why are they going for Baby Shark? Who is this guy? This French guy from Tier... What's he? And this guy can play Siege, let me tell you. And just the team, I love it. Love the team. Really happy for them. They're here on the main stage. I mean, for Wildcard, what a run.
It's, as you said, what a run. They are the only still undefeated team at the tournament. In the upper bracket, they've obviously got themselves to this position, and now, well, you've got to beat everybody to be the best, and they're going to see if they can try and do what is often done, where the reigning champions are removed. The sort of dispatching of the old gods and the welcoming in of the new, and here's our head-to-head Handy versus Kansan and Demo. What's your sort of takeaway between these two?
Well, more traditional kind of support roles that we see both of them play, even though I'm a big believer that FaZe, I don't think, have a support player. I just think they have 5 players who can do everything. I've always said that about FaZe, a Swiss Army knife, but both of them have been the standout players for their team, but there's not a lot in it. It's very, very close in terms of stats. We've got a very stacked lobby. You really could have made a case for anyone to highlight, but we went for the kind of more backline roles.
At this point, it's always sort of going to be the hardest task because we know how hard the front lines of these 2 teams can go against each other, so the back lines will have to be unwavering. And where will they build these back lines? Where are the trenches? Club into Border, into Consulate. Club being FaZe's pick, and Border being Wildcards with a Consulate decider. Now I'll go first on towards Clubhouse for FaZe. Yeah, makes sense. They bloody love the map. They're very, very strong on it. Very, very good. They've been able to get themselves a decent recent 6-2 record, including sort of taking Shopify Rebellion there with a 7-1, and also Black Dragons with a 7-1 across just this tournament alone, Demo.
Yeah, it's been a strong performing map, of course. I mean, I think for FaZe, Clubhouse always has. I remember the great battles that we used to see FaZe up against the VP core back in the day. It was a great one. Border, I mean, FaZe, this has generally been their permaban. It has been, but we've seen that come out against G2, don't forget. So maybe for FaZe, they have worked on their border. They've been experimenting. They still lost that map against G2, don't forget. It was a 7-5 loss, but I think FaZe bringing a permaban trying to get it into the pool now. I think it's a bold move, obviously, because it's one that they're not very comfortable with, but they're still going to play it nonetheless.
Well, before we get to Consulate or Border, we open up in Club, and I think it's time that we see our first finalist here on Siege's Default. Now, I picked up FaZe's recent performance on this map, sort of painted a picture of a team that struggles to be dispatched, but it's sort of an even hand here from the side. It's not that it hasn't been played at the tournament from the side of Wildcard. In fact, it's one of the few maps that they lost against Team Falcons, a 2-7 thrashing. But to be fair, Falcons are also pretty big enjoyers of the club, enjoyers of the house. They did beat, though, as the most notable thing, I think, for the side of Wildcard, Furia on this map. 8-7.
I mean, Wildcard, they're a team who has just went from strength to strength throughout the year, like I mentioned. Going to reloads, then you think, okay, yeah, they're at reload, they were there, done not too bad. Oh, it was the format, they're not that good. Go in, get themselves in towards the major at Munich, do very, very well at the major. Don't forget, they've kind of, I want to say, dethroned DZ for that 4th spot. You know, DZ was always the team that we would see at these events, and Wildcard has kind of taken over in terms of the 4 that we usually see from NA. And then you look at the run they've had here at Invite. Again, another main stage for Wildcard.
There's also the one other fun fact before I really get into baking a cake across these bands is, well, this is a map that these two teams played as well. It was the final map of the best of 3. FaZe were able to sort of put it to bed with a 7-3 strong performance, which opened up with a FaZe defense. They got themselves a 5-1 half. Now we almost get the tail of the other side of the tape here when we put it in and put it on backwards of seeing, okay, well, if Wildcard can get themselves a bit of energy on the opening on their defense, maybe they can go a little bit further on the distance as far as these bans go. The double removal of the electrics to slow the defense, and then the hard breach alongside the Grim. Well, the electrics exactly the same FaZe. They haven't changed their bans from the last time they were here. Probably going to be followed up by a mirror not too long. Here, though, it's been a bit of a change of pace. Last time, Wildcard, they entirely removed electric as their opener. I think they fear a little bit of the bees, but it's actually Spiker that should fear a bit more. Quick breach, quick break, quick bit of pressure, but the player should get back up, although it's a very narrow angle. He's going to see if he can try and get some revenge. Drops down. You can see the Blackbeard holding onto the door here, Demo, and this is a very quick pace.
It is. They've opened up that wall, and once you kind of get that main breach opened up, it kind of leaves those players in towards Rafters, separated from the rest of the defense. Just have to be careful now, because there's a Blackbeard knocking at the door, and Souls just holds his angle. He waits for the head, and Spiker goes straight into it, and now Dash. I mean, don't forget, the walls are reinforced behind him, so he's either going to kill them all or he's going to die. It's one of the two.
The Clash tries to take some of the space. Get the attention, Baby Shark, and rebuild, but with how much time has passed, with what they've been able to take, and with the fact that they can still see those discuses being thrown out. Oh, so is Souls. The Clash of Baby Shark has the cover on the player on the door itself, and I mean, how they've got that support.
Swung out a breach.
Swung out a breach. A Clash going on a mission, and a Capital trying to get the mission complete of get the man up here, but they're still wasting so much time for all the pace that was applied so quick to get the player up here and start the pressure. They've only just been able to remove them 4 versus 3. Now, a minute 10 left. They're still worried about pressure below, but they've lost the Blackbeard. They've lost that front.
Still, though, got tools to work with. You've got a couple of nades still from the recruit. You've got flashbangs. You've also got the hard breach gadget, so you can get yourselves into that default plant position. And yes, the Clash may seem like a bit of a worry, but you have got smoke still from the Capital who can block that vision, block that line of sight, and try and make that Clash as redundant as possible. 1 C4 from Cans, and that is the only form of denial that Wildcard have against it.
They're going for the first plant. There's the first C4, and the only C4 will net its kill. Kansan gets KDS, but the pressure comes around the back of the Clash. A great pinch here. Doubling down, leaves just Kansan stuck in the middle, finds one. Can't quite connect with the second, and he's unfortunately bested by the third. FaZe starts strong.
Love that play from FaZe. Did you notice as soon as that player got killed by the C4, the person outside the breach just jumps straight in, retakes that position, assists that player pushing up in towards red stairs, and then you collapse on that clash. And for Baby Shark, he had to choose one way. He can't choose both, and yeah, he gets killed by the other guy. FaZe, really good first round. Oh, we picking it up? We are picking it up.
So that was, yeah, I mean, we're getting it, so they're getting it at home. That was obviously the other stream. But there's 2 games going on. We're not quite done yet. But obviously, there's still the excitement of everything. We are so close to main stage now. We are so close. Hey, have you seen that fancy pop-up shop demo?
I've not been.
No, we've not been. It's only open today, and you and I are working, unfortunately. I'm not going to... I think some people are going down today.
It's been rigged against us, as usual.
It has been rigged against us, because, let me tell you, Twitch chat, if you haven't seen, there is a pop-up shop in Paris, or, as they say in Paris, Paris. I'm like a local. Which has some amazing merchandise. Really, really cool stuff is on there. There's some photos that you can sort of see on the socials as well. There's a jacket. It's an expensive jacket, but it's a very nice jacket. Not your kind of thing, as expensive jacket? It's the city of fashion. I mean, but there's also not many of them, so it's a very exclusive jacket.
I like the t-shirts more than I think the jackets.
I think the
t-shirts are better.
I think by the time I get there, it's all going to be sold out anyway. Yeah. But if you're in the city and want to see something cool, head on down. Head on down to a new site as we rotate our way around all the way down to the basement.
Yeah. Yep, basement. So Wildcard not looking to go back upstairs again just yet. I mean, it's not a crazy setup from Wildcard. You know, the kind of extensions that we're used to seeing in Clubhouse, where you'd bring in operators like the Castle, for example, and really go for that heavy extension. I mean, they still have this roam game, but you can see you got the Dokkaebi, the counter to the roam game, and it just frees up FaZe. They know where people are and where they aren't. Let's got a mirror window in towards that top floor. But I wonder if FaZe, are they going to challenge onto these roamers, or maybe just try and go direct into the bomb site? You look where Handy is. Been able to pick up one of the roamers. He came in from, I think, Strip Club side. And has been able to take down that Solus. So FaZe slowly but surely making their way through. Bay actually finds a pick on the Cyber. I mean, don't forget, Cyber was the player upstairs trying to hold on to these roamers, and he's lost his man.
Now, once again, that sort of back-and-forth battle between these two teams, but, oh, Handy. Waiting, holding, hoping, and you're a bit confused by that pick.
That's gotta be a miscomm. You know that player's taken in towards Strip Club, in towards pool table. The comms were not there, we know, because he killed cans from that area. So why does he not know that he could maybe be inside a bar? That's a strange one.
Strange might be about to turn into a bit of a push. Oh, C4 once again finds its mark, but Souls drives down on the back and just adds to the pressure. They're making sure here, FaZe, that every single step has a second shoe to follow through, but Dash doing his best to knock the shoes off of everybody around him. There's now a 2 versus 2. Pressure in towards Blue. They've got a hold inside the site as well. Handy obviously dropped the hatch, and Bay dropped the body. Dash just swings out. Didn't really need to take that, but why not? Keep the pressure hot and keep things leveled up. One apiece.
Yeah, better from Wildcard. Obviously, little bit of a worry that I said where, you know, this guy in bar, he should have known that should have been calm, but really good reaction, though. Seeing that, oh, the main issue, they're just going to try and flood in through site. They're going to come in through dirt. You have to put bodies in front of that. You rely on your players showing up. I mean, Bay, I'm a big fan of Bay in this team. I was speaking to Justin, one of the people in the coaching staff for Wildcard, and he said, you know, whenever we had to look at who we were going to pick up, there wasn't really anyone inside of Tier 2 who stood out apart from Bay. You know, he was the kind of next up talent that the NA were making, and they've went for it. They've picked up. Obviously, I think going for a rookie is always going to be, well, you don't really know how it's going to go. We've seen plenty of times rookies get picked up, and then the next event we don't see them again. You know, it does happen to players, but Bay, he hit the ground running, and I think that's the main thing for him. He's really established himself as a great player, and I'm a big fan of him.
There's a very fun element about these two rosters hitting heads. And I think it's something that we've always talked about through Wildcard throughout the entirety of the year, but as you sort of make the point there about rookie performances, there's only, I think, one person from this team and org who has ever been on the main stage at SI. They've obviously had a couple of players play through across different things. Bay was never one of them. Bay wasn't, Spiker wasn't, and Baby Shark wasn't, but both Dash and Kansan have had their sort of innings, but neither of them have been able to, I think, or in fact, Kansan, I think, was the only one who's ever been able to get to the main stage, and it was FaZe at the time who dispatched them. So it's almost a bit of a fun revenge story, but imagine your first SI, you make main stage, and you open up in the upper bracket final. I think you'd be pretty happy with that. 2 chances. That's what they're playing for right now. If you want the full context, 2 chances to get themselves in towards that final. Bit of a slow. Find themselves that entry pick. We said it before, it's been important when it's been traded back and forth between these 2 teams, and currently the even hand is something where Dash, as I said before, he's wanting the aggression, but he's about to make friends with KDS, and it's probably not the shield that you want to be on the other side of. Hey, there it is, the shield you don't want to be on the other side of.
I've noticed this from Wildcard. They're really trying to get into the face of the FaZe. They're not afraid to take these swings, take these chances. Obviously, it's going to be a risk. That is the kind of example of the risk not paying off, and you've now lost your Warden, who would have been great to have whenever there are some smokes on the side of the Capitao. But I think just in this 4v5, Wildcard obviously up against it, and look at where FaZe already are. They're knocking on the door of sight right now. In Bathroom, Souls has got himself into a great position.
They're seeing if they can just try and hold on for a second, but that FaZe pressure just consistently feels insurmountable. They get in, and then they keep driving. There's about to be a swing up the main stairs. It's Bay who's forced down because of a flash. He doesn't want to get the engagement, but Baby Shark is just executed, and now they can pull back, but Kansan has a bit of the cover. However, Kansan doubles down. He's holding on towards Logi. He's been able to get just a little bit of a break in momentum. And now as they go for the plant just around the side of the gym machinery, they'll have some of that heavy support, and they'll have Kansan doing the heavy lifting of his own. There's a swing round. The shotgun gets the down onto the man who's sort of grabbed this round and pulled it back in, but Handy, never living up to his name, leaves just a 1 versus 2. Spiker, 30 seconds left here for the chance to clutch back. They've got themselves a bit of a whip they can play as soon as the swing comes out. But FaZe answer with an answer.
FaZe, step by step,
Brick by brick.
clean attack. Again, nothing too crazy from FaZe. I mean, that's just good siege, isn't it? You open up that main breach. Not really interested in taking towards cash at all. I mean, they didn't really think about, oh, maybe construction could be an issue. And that's because they knew they had the smokes. I mean, whenever they went in for that plant, they used the smoke to cover off the construction door. I think it was Spiker, wasn't it, on the Azami. Couldn't really do much then in that position. And then you just work that plant, you get that plant down. I mean, Kansan tried his best to try and get those kills back inside of Logi, but that wasn't the issue. It wasn't getting the kills inside of Logi, it was stopping that plant, and they didn't have enough denial to really do so. And that's because FaZe, in that early game, were able to move around that site with the Twitch drone and just pop all the Vulcans right from the get-go.
Well, as we get our follow-through bans, it's a sort of set and predicted FaZe. They've entirely matched their bans from before. Last time they're up against Wildcard. Get rid of the mirror. I think the wall's a little bit unplayable, untenable, and get rid of that sort of stretch of space, meaning that they can't quite get the full extension. Blackbeard makes sense. We've seen how Blackbeard's been utilized the 2 rounds that they've won. They've brought a very strong Blackbeard to lead the point, get the cover in, get things locked in. And I guess as soon as they can try and limit that play, that's going to be something that gives a bit more space to Kansan and Bay, especially the 2 players who have been in the top 6 across everybody across this tournament. Actually, with the fun fact that, as the stats started at the start of this day, Wildcard, in terms of the first team to have 2 players in the top rankings, they are ahead. They're ahead of Furia, they're ahead of anybody else, they're ahead of Falcons, and it just sort of shows the effect that that duo has had and why this team is currently unbeaten in this SI.
To go back up here, again, Emmy, didn't work all too well for Wildcard the last time. Mostly because it was a pretty solid garage clear out in through rafters for FaZe, using the util very well. The only difference is they don't have that Blackbeard, so Wildcard with the ban. Getting rid of that shield will help them, but as we know, it's more than one, and look what Souls is on now. It's on the Monty, who I would argue, I think is actually more difficult to play against in towards the rafters. I mean, you just have a guy just stood in a corner on top rafters feeding all that information. You can't do much about it. Oh, I think they know. Yellow ping is there from that drone placed inside of the weights. Viddy King.
Surely they know. And
He's holding on to it.
He wants them to swing on somebody who enters the breach. They're holding the cover. It's a hell of a DMR game right now, and KDS is holding one.
He's a kind of sliver just to try and hit the shot, but it's going to be a pretty difficult shot to land.
Pulls tension away. Obviously, think about how quick they were to try and breach onto Garage last time. It's sort of taken the focus, so they're trying to bait the motion, and they're still not quite getting it. But look at the Monty. He's suffering inside alone, currently on towards the rafters. He needs to get out. It's just having a single player there and how to deal with Baby Shark is something that's put them in a bit of fear. Viddy King's going to hold the angle as they start the pressure, bait the motion. Baby Shark is going to take a little tentative play around as, well, all the pressure's coming through onto the Keepers. There's at least some safety, but Dash and Bay get one apiece. Souls does get the drop. They could potentially get KDS up. But at this point, they still have the cross. Baby Shark is... I swear if the pistol popped it. I mean, at this point, Baby Shark's probably learned, oh yeah, they're watching towards me. But they can pull back down by 50 seconds.
Just play on sight. You've still got that Solus. Don't forget, Bay can rotate below if he needs to and stomp a plant. And you look at the HP of Souls. If he tries to go for the plant, the impact from below will kill him. Like, that's going to happen. So, FaZe not in a great position. Still, they're going to try and work that plant, obviously, but... with not having the manpower, you can't afford to rotate somebody downstairs. You need somebody in the main breach who... oh no! Dash gave himself up. Now it's a 3v3, but still think just it should be in the hands. Never mind, Bay's gone! That's a very important kill. Handy has made a massive play, but now it's the 1v1. Oh, Kanzin! What just happened? Where is that came from?
I'm not losing this fucking game, bro. Let's go.
He ain't losing. He's not done. He's locked in. I said it. We'll hear what they've got to say about it if we can.
Like, the mid-round behavior is super important, right? So when you do the first one stop, in that case, you're gonna fight, right? Dash will detonate and you do your...
I do know we will disturb
probably going to change his control, right? Let's flank a little bit more, so Shark can climb the wall and you move the wall where KDS is going to be around there. So let's do the flinch if they can check.
But, Jake, I'm playing Impact. Can you play wires, please? I'm going to do this one ticket. Yeah, I'm going to do this one ticket.
So, it was a little bit tough to hear because obviously we don't quite have the same setup that A-Stream has, and also we can hear a lot of A-Stream.
Don't know about anyone else. My eardrums have just been blown out.
I had to take my headset off when that happened, and I'm really sorry if anyone else
We'd like to
suffered
apologize
that,
to the public.
because Demo and I also suffered that then. But what we did get at the very end, Baby Shark's going to at least try a spawn peek, and the point I was making was Kanzin, as he said he's not ready to lose. You know, he's the player alongside Bay that they want to prop up. He's experienced. He has a history. He's got to be that figure.
And another person that you have to give a shout out to, Legoatness, of course, has to get a mention. You know, the experience of that player coming into a coaching role where, I mean, I don't think Legoatness, in terms of you think about some of the longevity of players that we've had in this game, to make that switch, it does feel very early on from him, you know, kind of as the player, now going into the coaching. You know, I mean, Troy's still playing. You know, that's the kind of comparison, isn't it? You still have that longevity. So I think in terms of, you know, a kind of young player relatively in our scene, to go for the coaching role is a bit of a wow. Didn't expect that. But again, I think you have to comment on him and the consistency he's been able to bring to this side. And again, we know you need the Brazilians in if you want to win a game in Siege.
Now, as I have a quick sort of glance into more the role that those two big players are playing, it's also actually fair to not entirely put the weight on them. Because in terms of how Wildcard have got themselves in this position, they're actually one of the lowest teams for players pulling off 3Ks and 4Ks. They're sort of about mid-table. I think in terms of the teams actually still in the tournament, they are the lowest of everybody. They've really got here on a bit of a team effort. They make sure they can get that opening kill. They're the second best defenders out of everybody so far at the tournament, and they're going to try and keep that pressure on, and that is built here on the half. They want that 4-2. They want to make sure that they can just cement this this sort of lockdown on towards the opener, and what a perfect way to lead in, and what a perfect way to follow up. Kansan, he's not losing this, and well, the rest of the team agrees. Bay swings out. They do get the drop on the man in the middle, but with Bay down, there's a lot of cover and support. How much do they dedicate? It's the clash, and it's an easy removal, but it leaves you in the 3 versus 2. But look at what's been removed there, Demo. No Capitao, no Ying, and no Deimos.
Yeah, and Util's gone now. FaZe having to play with guns up. For wildcard, you've still got the Azami just in the middle of the bomb site. Neomar's going to try and rip through those Keeper barriers. Still has one that he can utilize. I mean, even for Spiker as well, he's got 2 impacts. He could go below, stop a plant if need to. So plenty of options here for wildcard. But for FaZe, just have to try and strong arm their way in, and here we go. Souls has made the entry. Can he find the picks?
This is how FaZe have been running it so far. Get themselves in. Get yourself putting pressure on, and you assume wildcard is learning from that. They've taken much more passive positions. And in fact, Spiker's taking the most passive as all. Solus, go underneath, does leave it. As technically a 2 versus 1 on the second story, so Dash, he's got himself a backline, and if FaZe read this, they might be able to go for the push. But if I talk statistics, they're a team that loves to plant, and this is a player that loves to try and stop that. First impact. Doesn't quite get the full read, but now they might know that there's only one below. It's 20 seconds, and at this point, Dash is about to find the first fight. If he can win this, oh, he might be able to win it all. He's going to double down and bait some time, but now it's a 1 versus 1. But he knows the player's underneath, so he goes on the concrete. He goes to the position where he can't quite get caught from, so it's going to have to be a bit of a longer stretch angle, but he's missed the spray. Oh no, Souls slips his way away. Spiker took a vertical risk, and now he's got to make a horizontal challenge. Up the main stairs, the barbs will give a bit of the indication. Just with the audio, so they know he's past that sort of precipice, and as he pops his head up here, that's the fight to find, but Spiker connects it. Souls tried to be a little bit out in the open, but now Spiker shut that down.
Oh, Souls thought he could just hold the angle, wait for him to come up the stairs. That's the only place he could have came from, but he just loses the engagement. Simple as that. The correct decision for wildcard. Use that Solus, go below. And straight away, as soon as that impact from downstairs happened, FaZe knew, okay, the only place we can plant is one of 2. A, the bed, which ain't nobody planting the bed, okay? Or 2, you're going to have to plant on concrete. And you think about the position of the second player inside of Logi. If he plants in concrete, the player in Logi is going to kill him every single time. The position of the second player for wildcard was crucial because he covered the only thing that Solus couldn't. Once he gets that kill, I think maybe you could have debated maybe Spiker should have came back straight away. Because again, like, you know he's going to plant concrete. You're not going to get that value with the Solus. But he takes that risk, still was his 1v1. It was that kill there from Dash. That was the important one. But I think he should have came back to site a little bit quicker, but still, it pays off for wildcard. That's the main thing. Obviously for Souls, just has to plant that. You know, just get that diffuser, stick it. You have to stick it at that point and hope you win the 1v1.
5 seconds remaining.
The entry kill so far has been pretty decisive in how the rest of the round goes. In only one of them, it has not really shown us the full fate of the round. It's sort of been a bit of a back and forth, but here wildcard, they've got themselves now the 2 rounds in after the timeout, after the sort of conversation. Baby Shark, he flirted with the idea of a spawn peek, but we didn't quite see any result of it before. And as Dash makes his way around on the back, they've got this sort of support structure across. But remember where the site is. Remember how people got caught out a bit early. Well, Vidaking, he wants to be the first at the party.
Yeah, this is where FaZe, I think, have kind of realized, okay, wildcard are going really aggressive. Let's give them a bit of that back, will we? Let's try and go aggressive onto the players in towards the bomb site. This is always the worry with these heavy extensions, as we've seen time and time again, teams will just go direct. Mostly in through dirt, in through blue, and they'll try and bully the remaining player on site. So the reaction time off wildcard needs to be on point. As soon as Spiker gets any whiff that something may be coming his way, that needs to be relayed through the comm channel, and then hopefully his teammates will be there to back him up.
Pressure on. Hatches being opened. They've still obviously got the Ying drawing attention inside, but they don't want to entirely throw themselves towards the site because, well, most of wildcard now have fallen back. It's almost acted as a roam clear. Sort of hit your own alarm and bring them back towards the stairs, above the hatches, above the site. They're not going to get entirely caught out. They're holding on towards the kitchen side. They're holding on towards the bar. But otherwise, they're no longer on the top floor. They're no longer going loose. The one problem is Bay. Off in strip currently. The Scopos round the side could be problematic if he's able to pop up at the right possible time. They knew that there was an approach from Billiards before. He knows that he can try and slink his way back. But currently, FaZe either don't know or don't care. The fact that they're being cautious about that breach means, oh, they have opinions. But Bay takes a bit. Handy gives a bit. And Bay loses the rest. That's the opening kill with a minute left.
Yeah, Bay, I think just wanted to try and maybe linger for a little bit longer, but loses that fight. Didn't get the opportunity to TP back to site. Now for FaZe, they have that man advantage, a minute remaining. In terms of denial, you've got 2 C4 still from Wildcard, so they can try and get some C4 kills, but for FaZe now, it's the decision making. Do you want to go Mo? Do you want to try and get in towards Church, or is it going to be the kitchen drop?
Well, the pressure is going to sort of surround on all of them. FaZe, they're a team that likes to approach wide, but unfortunately that can be punished and cut in half. It's one back either way, but it's still being traded so continually between these two teams. AK's the next catch, but holding on Kansan. Only one left in a 1 versus 3. They're baiting for time, but in terms of where the plant is going and in terms of the pings coming through, I think they're well aware of where he is. And this, look at the spread. FaZe, they leave. They don't need to be there all the way down dirt to rotate to the verticality safe while the other two buy as much time as possible and play a crossfire. Could not ask for more.
I mean, you called it, Emmy. It was a good start from FaZe, using the Candelas, baiting them back to site. Once you get that map control as well for FaZe, again, it's just the world's at your feet, isn't it? You can do whatever you want to do. And they make a really good choice. Let's play it safe. Let's go in towards kitchen. We've got a lot of util, of course, from the Capitao. Get the flames in. I mean, you've seen the player inside of blue. What could he do?
Nothing. Nada. As soon as that pressure starts to come around, and it's sort of the trade-off, right? As I said before, the ban approach was different. The last time these two teams met on this map, Wildcard sort of removed out hard breach. They didn't want to play against that on their defense. Here they obviously got the Grim. That was the first sort of removal. Then there was a bit of hard breach. Then it was the Blackbeard. It was very responsive. But that still leaves so many nightmares on the board. You've still got Ying. You've still got Capitao. You've still got these high-pressure operators. And the FaZe is a style of approach where they're very happy to leave themselves all across the map. They'll have one person will hold this. I've got this. Don't worry. You go do this and da-da-da-da-da. It just means that you can't quite build that wall of utility sort of usage and cost that we get on, say, Rafters. Either way, turn of the half, even half, and, well, if I said there was a restriction on walls before, that's a fire sale on stopping them right now.
Good half. I think a very good technical half of Siege as well. I mean, you can see the standard to the level of which both of them are playing. And you understand why we'll see them again in the main stage. You can see why they made it this far. Great game. Now we switch over. Wildcard having to go into the attack. Very early Lion scan, by the way, like right from the rip. See that?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, right, where I guess you can get a vague idea of what's happening. You might catch someone by surprise. You're not obviously looking for somebody going for a peek specifically. You can sometimes use it for a Deimos if you want, but
they don't have the Deimos.
They don't have the Deimos, so it's just get a vague idea on where they are, and it could be, I think, one loose player on strip currently. Scopos.
I think the worry with this team is over the course of the year, they haven't been great in their attacks in Clubhouse. I think the percentages, they usually are looking at like a 2-4 split, and at the moment that will not be enough. You're going to need to up at least to the free wildcard if you want to make it happen. You cannot afford just to say, oh, well, 2 attacks is usually what we do and we do well on defense. No, FaZe have been able to break that defensive half. They've made an even game, and you either have to match that or go better. Because we know FaZe, we know how good they are in this map. Again, it's always been a staple for them, a homestead.
Yeah. As I said before, when these two teams met on this map a couple of months back, it was a 5-1 half. FaZe locked their defense in. Wildcard couldn't quite find the solution, and, well, obviously it's a new tournament, new form, new potential fight, and, oh, there's the opener. Kansan gets the head of Cyber, and that is that player removed. As I said before, if he has to be a talisman player, now's the time to shine bright. Kansan really, really getting his teeth stuck in towards FaZe.
I'm worried, though. Look at the time. a minute 15, and they've only just kind of gotten themselves into position where they can look to open up the hatches. But you look at what is still on the board for FaZe. You've still got the Vulcan canisters. You've still got the flames that eventually Wildcard are going to have to try and work their way through. And there is also that Clash, don't forget, who we know is such a difficult operator to deal with whenever you're looking at dropping into areas such as Blue in towards Kitchen Hatch. I mean, look at that pause inside of in the AK position. You can hold on to Blue. You can obviously swing and kill them if they go for the Kitchen Hatch drop. I mean, Souls is in the prime time position right now. Oh, but he's just lost the shield, though, and Nade's been rolled in.
Wow, that's going to be a bit of a potential needless cost, but with 30 seconds left, they still need to get the move on, right? Clubhouse. It still has this massive floor, massive site, a lot of angles to watch and try and go for the drop, and the defenders can just do what they've done. Spread themselves out and get ready for the crossfire as soon as the approach comes. As the call goes, so does the call inside the house. There's at least one drop. They can't quite even get the finish on towards Dash, but the smoke will buy them some more time on towards Moto, and the shotgun tries to catch the next, but it's KDS traded out for Bay in Blue, but going hunting, 9 seconds, the plant being confirmed, hurt by his own pipe. Here's going to be 2! Leaves us now in a 2 versus 1, but trade game massive there for Wildcard.
Kind of very, very close, we know that, but you look at the util dump again, the Bees hitting their mark, the information being fed through the Wildcard, everyone picking up their kills. I mean, I thought Veto King there made a really good rotate in through the pipe, tried to get behind them, but there was just too many to really deal with. FaZe struggling to try and keep it all contained. But for Wildcard, gets them off to a great start. First attack in the bag for them. Still in a few more, though.
It's always the sort of element of this trade game. And it's actually one of the fun, weird stats about the tournament. So we had, I mean, that as an opener is great. They're both fully aware of what was happening. That, the timing to pull those two players apart. It was a risky pickup.
Yeah.
But you're technically in a 4 versus 1 at that point, so why not sort of go for it?
Yeah, you can afford it. Yeah.
You can afford it. Because then it, I mean, we can say it's easy to afford it. If it had gone the wrong way in the round,
We don't play the game.
Yeah, if the round had gone away, you'd probably be haunted by that. But FaZe of any of the teams here at SI have the lowest trade rate for an opening kill of anybody, any single teams, including the ones that have gone home because of their playstyle, because they're quite spread out, because they'll have Cyber off to one side doing his own thing. And it's sort of the dual-edged sword of having so many great fraggers is sometimes when things go wrong, well, you're not going to get the trades on them.
I think that has always been a thing with FaZe, though, because Cyber, look, if you've got somebody with this talent, which he has, you let him do what he wants. You let him do his own thing because you know you will get the reward out of it. You know, that's one thing about Cyber. Always consistent, always going to show up. I think sometimes it just depends on how big he's going to show up. Whenever I say that, it could be the difference between a 15-kill game and a 20-kill game. That's what we're talking about when we say if he goes big.
Well, I'll talk about War of Attrition. Playing Impact versus Hex Kairos at Dawn. That's
the state of that breach.
I mean, but it's been pretty much all the X Kairos have been used on this sort of thing, but the Impact as well. That's 3 impacts now. And they're going to try and bait out even more. There's the call on this one, and there's even more. So that's 4 impacts, and that's at least 4, if not 5 sets of X Kairos.
Deary me.
On this wall. There's
going again.
There's another set.
Go again.
Will we get another impact? We will.
I hope he realizes that there's still another wall with a mirror window to go through, but that is so cooked. Oh dear, they've got 1 Selma left, by the way. It's the only thing they could get rid of the mirror window, but they're going to have to... Look, the Louvre, again, will sell this to you. It's a work of art. We could see it being hung up.
It's expressionism. The expression is, they've done another bloody impact grenade on my wall.
Bay 94... Take a bow, son, because that's lovely. That's great artwork.
They're in. They're going to try and drive themselves in, but unfortunately knocked back and forth either side. Spiker does find Souls in the meantime, and a fight on the hatch might be a bit deciding as Handy just pulls the back of this pressure in towards a bit of control here. Not quite netting the result that they wanted. Baby Shark obviously tried to send it, as did Dash, but couldn't find a way through. And now it's 40 seconds. Still players on red, forced out, and Wildcard haven't really been able to dismount anybody. The fact that they're doing a full rotate round, on towards this bit of pressure. They know a player's here. They've still got all that utility to get through, and even that gets traded out. 25 seconds left. They've really left themselves with nothing to do, and probably now nothing possible to do. Kansan, 1 versus 3. They're behind the bed, playing slightly off-piece. Can hear the audio, but that's what's going to happen as soon as he stepped in. FaZe, keep us tied.
Just shows, whenever we talk about how important it is opening walls in Clubhouse, this is why we make the point, or else stuff like this happens. Yeah, trying to go for that jacuzzi take. Wall can't get opened up. Going for that late rotate, you don't have enough time, you don't have the resources, you don't have the information on your side. Really easy for FaZe. Didn't have to do much apart from just line up some impact grenades.
Traded round still. These two teams, neither letting the other sort of slip ahead, neither being the one to just give that the edge. If you were to sort of say, post SI 2025, that you would have FaZe and Wildcard trading rounds for the chance of the upper bracket final.
No, and if you said at the time, oh, but don't worry, they're picking up Baby Shark. No. I think I was talking to one of my friends about it. Is Baby Shark to Wildcard at the time, was it? I think it was probably one of the strangest transfers we've ever had in the game.
It was a transfer that I think...
It came out of nowhere.
It did come out of nowhere. Usually there's a lot of murmurings and mumblings, and you know, you'll get Shufflemania and Rostermania, and we're probably going to have...
You think, oh, new partner Team NA Wildcard are in there.
Yeah.
Oh, they're going to rebuild the roster, who they're going to get. But, oh, tier 3 European who hasn't played anything.
But credit to the scout, the manager, the players, whoever put that together. Because
you take the risk and it's paid off.
Because now you look after the events that they've had, as you said, your team of the year, Wildcard, for how far they've come. There's still the possibility of going even further. As I said before, only one of these players has played on the main stage of SI previously. Got a 5th, 6th finish. And now... I mean, you're looking towards that final. You're looking at the unbeaten team right now, and you're looking at the team trading body blows with FaZe, the reigning champions who, let's be honest, haven't shied away from the game themselves over the year. They've kept themselves competitive. They've kept themselves sharp. They want to double down. Getting the eyes inside rafters. Talked about the pace that FaZe applied when they went for the clear of here before. Wildcard, they're a bit slower.
I think it's just because of the last round where their main concern is do the basics right, get the walls open. Let's not try and go aggressive just too soon. Let's just make sure everything is set up. The foundations are there to build off, and I think they've done that. They've got that wall open. You create that divide, of course, between the bomb sites and in towards rafters. And now this is where they can start ramping up the util game. This is where they can start gearing up, and you can hear the lion scan that the firebolts are going to go in, trying to take in towards rafters, and KDS... He's in the hot seat at the moment, but I believe that his Wamai discs have been able to grab a decent amount of that util, but there are still the flame bolts to come. And speaking of, here we go.
Oh, great double pinch. They're able to get 2 of them off the board. There goes your Izami. There goes your Wamai. And there goes anything to play that war game on the top. And Soul suddenly has to slip his way back towards the site and offer some support. But Wildcard, with a minute left, they've gotten this control. They've removed a lot. And also what you're seeing there is only 3 smokes. They do not have a C4 to try and play this at range. So it's going to be a bit of a utility bait. But this worrying cross, the long angle of Handy, more than happy to start peppering bullets in towards the approach, is actually going to miss the first as the first smoke canister does pop. 2 more. 40 seconds, more than enough to get the coverage. But they have to make sure that this happens. Spiker threads a couple of needles and gets the drop onto Handy, sewn up, and can they sew up the rest of the round? 1 more smoke left, but you've still got, obviously, a grenade, you've got flash, you've got things, and all those candelas to push it if they want to. Well, they don't need to! Don't even enter the sites demo!
Keep it simple. Don't have to reinvent the wheel. The wheel's fine how it is.
Great wheel. Great American wheel.
That's how it's done. Tried and tested strategy. Get the wall open. Util dumping towards rafters. Makes the game look so easy. Like, these are the kind of games where, again, these great teams, the way that they're playing the Siege, how technically great it is, doing nothing really flashy, and this is the kind of plays you think, I could do that. And then you try and do it, and you can't.
Yeah, because you realize, oh, it's not just this player, it's because this player is doing this at the same time. Oh, wait, it's a team game. And as FaZe take a timeout.
Hope my ears will be fine this time.
Vazio e a porta-garagem, a gente joga tipo só pro B que faz. O Cadu ele vai jogar pra dropar a garagem mesmo, você pode pular lá.
So I don't talk Portuguese, but I understand a couple of words there, including garage.
I think I heard Mira as well be mentioned.
We might get a mirror into garage. But obviously we aren't the only ones watching, so I'm sure that there'll be some brilliant breakdowns from any Portuguese speakers inside chat. We get ours from Maria, my favorite talent member, the best talent member of all of us. We'll see how it relates. Obviously, it's come alongside the bands. You've got Azami gone, and then you've got the trader for Vase.
I think the Mira's being brought in to assist with that blue take. You know, we've seen what happened to the player inside of blue. Got absolutely melted by the flames. Had to move out of his position. Easy pick. So having that mirror window, again, it's another obstacle that Wildcard will need to go through. And really the only way you get that mirror window opened is either with a Twitch, which again, get the Twitch thrown in, as we know, very difficult, or you use that ranged hard breach to do so. And whenever FaZe have banned away the Ace, all you have is the Habana, which are pretty easy to, again, impact trick. That's been a big kind of gameplay here for FaZe today in Clubhouse. It's using those impact tricks. So overall, I think try and get that mirror window. It will be a challenge for Wildcard. They'll still be able to do it because they've got plenty of hard breach gadgets. They've got 6 of them, by the way. So they can, you know, it'll be fine. But they dropped the Habana because of that. So I still think you've got options like your Capitão. You could just flash the guy, don't forget. There's plenty of util still here from Wildcard.
So they tried there. The impact and the C4 on towards it, knowing that they would have to bring those pocket breaches and hope that they would catch somebody on the other side of the castle, but nobody was to be found. And that's the other element of it. Just with these bans, you force them into certain operator selections. You force them into lineups because, well, they need the secondary breaches, right? They need to have 6. They need to have all of their bases covered. So, well, you've got to think of a lineup that includes that.
It's getting the right balance of the hard breach gadgets and the util dump operators. It just so happens that a lot of the util dump operators also get the hard breach gadgets, so it's very fortunate.
Thank you, devs. But as the blinds start to come out, you can see people being caught in Fenris on the other side, but that's muscle memory, and that's a man all the way back towards the site with all of his friends. They escape with actually not a huge amount of utility dumped. The main thing has been the cost of time.
It's because they know they still got plenty of util on site. I mean, Castle Barricade being placed on the bottom of main stairs. You don't see that all too often. It's going to be there, of course, for the sound cue to let them know, okay, somebody's main stairs. And if that remains closed, you are free just to walk around that bomb site and don't have to worry about that cross that you have. Baby Shark has been able to spot it out, so he is aware and has fed that through to the team. But, and again, it's down to the time management here for Wildcard. A minute left to make this attack work. Wonder if the Goyos are going to be placed just a little bit better to help them with that kitchen drop specifically. But those mirror windows, we know they're going to be strong in towards blue. That's going to be the fight I have to look for. How do they deal with that blue take now with the mirror windows being added in?
Eyes on this first engagement. I said it before that the opening kill has been pretty much an early warning of how the rest of the round's going to go. Only once across the game has it not led to the round win. So everybody has high esteem on it.
You look at where the diffuser is. Baby Shark on the bottom of main stairs. They're eyeing up to try and get in towards triple wall. But you look at the mirror window, currently inside of blue. It looks into Church. Look at where KDS is. He can stop a Church tick very, very easily. This is who they need to kill.
Well, Cyber gets the first. Baby Shark goes down with that kit, and they've just got to drop into waiting firefight. A 2 versus 5. Too much to clear, too much to get through, and too much seen and obvious by the side of FaZe. As you said, that mirror window sort of fed all of the results together. At this point, does get one more for his troubles, but they can just tuck the mirror window and get themselves tied again.
Timeout's worked very, very well. Straight away, the coach bring the mirror. Let's use that. And look how easy that was.
I think it's obviously there's probably a bit of a read there on the fact of, you know, maybe there's something about their drone game, their intel game, knowing that, oh, this could go a little bit undeterred for a while. Because to be fair, you probably wouldn't go for triple wall if you knew about that position.
Yeah. I think overall for wildcard, they cut it close the last time they were down here.
Yeah.
And FaZe have read into that and think, okay, let's put another obstacle, which hopefully will be the kind of difference maker. Whenever it comes to the information for wildcard, I don't think they've been bad at this game. I mean, that's probably one of the only kind of situations where we've seen that, where maybe going for kitchen would have been the better option, but then they were maybe worried, thinking, do we have the util for that? It was just the blue clear. That was the worry for them. You know, blue is the kind of heart of that site, isn't it? That's what kind of circulates the pulse. You lose blue, you lose the body.
Yeah. Well, we rotate our way round. As I said before, it's been traded rounds up towards this point, and that statistic I mentioned is still good.
It's a great game. It really is.
The only round where the entry killers not got in was the second round of the entire game. And otherwise, things have been so beautifully back and forth between these two teams. There's been a handful of plants from the FaZe side. It's usually more of a focus of their game, wildcard. They're not as objective-driven as FaZe can be at points, and you can see how that sort of formulas itself. They'll look for opportunity. They'll take it room by room, building by building, and sort of wrap around the defense and see if they can try and choke out a result. You can see that started to form here. The players loose across the hatches, get themselves an angle. As I said before, sometimes FaZe will have a loose player, and it's a game that you could play into, but look at the previous round. Look at how tight-knit FaZe decided to play together. They brought the core close. I think they've worked out that wildcard have worked out that that's the thing to work out, so instead, let's work out together. And all pull back to the gym at the same second.
Somebody say workout?
I think we're going to do a workout. God, Talent's doing a press-up challenge right now, and I'm in my 30s. Those days are behind me.
What?
I know. Sorry, I'm still 27. We're still 27. Pressure on. They've got the cut on towards it, but remember the position of Logi being held quite aggressively. They sort of droned it out, didn't get a reveal. Now they've pulled back under the hatch here.
Giving up a lot of ground, though, aren't they? I mean, straight away in towards Cash, they can see that wall kind of reinforcing towards construction, kind of lets you know, yeah, nobody's holding in towards that side of the map. So good kind of ground being taken here from Wildcard. They've got the walls opened up, which is a very important thing. We've seen that last time. So, yeah, this is looking a lot better for Wildcard. Now it's going to be, okay, where's the plant going to go down? Typically, it's straight in through gym window. We know that, but it's this man here in this position. Souls can stop that. He's got the shield in the bed to cover off that window. A C4 rip too. Using the Candela on the rooftop to bait as though they were going to go for something, but the Candela obviously just there for the sound cue.
Yeah, just the sound cue. Obviously, they've got some control, but Baby Shark's able to find Handy. That's the first, but there's a C4 that is a very quick trade response. 50 seconds, and a Deimos underneath, and all the soft is going to do some damage, but unfortunately, the players he's tracking are on hard ground. We've talked about concrete. It works both ways, and now, with the 3 versus 3, they've got to make sure the trade game does the same. There's a pre-fire shotgun. Can't quite get the angle. Has to go towards the pistol, and he can't quite get the lock-in. It's a 1 versus 1. Dash versus Souls, 30 seconds. And the last Candela in hand. He knows it's an important one to throw. He has to get some awareness on where the player is. And he's guessed wrong. And now as he slips his way through, you can see he's so cautious about every possible angle. Both of them hurt.
Default cam.
Oh, but Dash! Hits harder, hurts more.
Oh my god, bro. Oh, bro, I destroyed them in the midside, bro. I destroyed them. Woo!
The Brazilian king, bro.
Oh, what a 1v1. All of the FaZe players were on the default cam towards the bedroom hallway. It was up, but he still went for the swing. Probably could have just played off the information, but he's went for it and he's lost that engagement, and that's on him.
There's that element of it where is too much, right? Is having that default camera something that they thought, oh, we can work with this?
Is it a case where somebody said, oh, pre-fire, he's on the door?
Yeah. Like, is it something that's led him into that position? And you see it up there on the swing. Yeah. It's just... Oh!
That's a big round. When have we had slow-mo?
I love it.
I've seen the slow-mos.
I want the slow-mo more. Let's go.
10 seconds to insertion.
6-5. Wild card. They live up to their name throughout tournament after tournament this year, and might be about to put FaZe on a bit of a back foot. Obviously, with how this game has gone, though, we're probably more likely to be in towards overtime. In just a second, a 5-6, and Cyber says he wants to make sure that they start it as they mean to continue being shot in the face. Remembering that this map is obviously FaZe's pick, right? Club is where they wanted to go, and Border is a pretty much constant ban from them. They played it once a couple of days ago against G2, lost it to 5-7. In the meantime, Wildcard don't have as sharp of a record, but they only 7-0'd Team Falcons on it the other day, and then also lost to Elevate. So who knows how things are going to shape up on towards Border, especially with how aggressive these two teams have been, but they're not there yet. Where we are is hoping and fishing. There's the shield prop-up position once again.
Just looks as though that FaZe are going to try and run it back again. Doesn't look like there's a massive amount of changes here in the lineup. Again, it's still fairly similar, where you've got the mirror windows, of course. You're still relying on those Goyos. So they think maybe it's an internal thing where somebody did this where they should have done that. It's not so much about the strategy. And Baby Shark, it's just on top of kind of little framework around the freezer there. Almost got run out on, but still alive and makes it up. I mean, Baby Shark was a bit of a menace the last round, wasn't he? He used that shotgun well downstairs inside a kitchen, tracking his opponents. But all quiet at the moment. Same again for Wildcard, stemming in from Cash, seeing it's clear, opening up that construction wall. Deja vu, I think, is the name of the game right now for both the teams.
Wildcard are so cautious about this first pick. You can see, I'm not going to say FaZe are getting antsy, but they really want to lean into the aggression. They know what they're capable of, and they're trying to be more capable. We'll leave that one. We're trying to be more capable of it. They have the ping there on the mirror window. Don't go for it. Okay, he's going to try. Okay. Still can't get it, but the mirror window popped from underneath. Baby Shark, obviously, with the Deimos, can get themselves in some level of destruction. Got the opener last time from that verticality. But with 45 seconds and no pick left, and C4, the C4 getting the first. KDS opens things up. That's the kick cold outside the window. That's no more Bs, and now, once again, that's pressure in towards the side of Wildcard.
Another important thing to note as well for FaZe. You look at the positionings. They are all ready to trade one another if Wildcard want to try and just flood their way in for each site. So they've got guns up. They're ready to go for this.
Well, they won't even get in the building as Dash replaces the barricade with his face. It's going to be firing across the line. It's a 3 versus 1. Bay in the middle of the site with a secondary. Can't connect. And we connect with an overtime.
It's a better trade game, isn't it, from FaZe?
I thought I could hear the desk talking, so I'm assuming the first map on the other game is gone. It might have been a little bit of Leo.
Why do you want to listen to them?
That's true, and it actually was correct. I just know Leo. Listen,
don't care about the A stream. This is a B stream.
All right, then should you not want to know the result of the first map? And
no, don't ruin it.
All right.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs.
Stream chat, you'll have to check it out yourself. I was at least correct that the first map has ended, but that's all I'm going to say. 6 apiece, though. We are still neck and neck, full throttle all the way. Both of these teams will obviously be on main stage. Just to reset my own stage and sort of bring the lights in and raise the curtain. You'll see all of these 10 players on the boards, but one of them today gets to claim themselves an upper bracket finalist. How that works is, well, they get 2 swings at that chance. Always funny when the body gets stuck in the window. At that chance in the grand final. At that chance of making it all the way. And also, I don't know the rulebook too well, but I believe there's an advantage for getting your way across the top, whether it's in map selection. I think it is. There you go. One of us can read, and the other one just talks really fast.
That's why they have me paired with you.
Yeah, that's true. It's like a perfect balance. Do you want to know the other fun entry statistic?
Sure.
That, according to the stats that I get, that I'll get back to in a second.
That's an entry.
Bay's able to get rid of Handy.
Oh.
Hit him with the nice shot. I mean, I think it took base by surprise, but
Typing the Brazilians, that's a bold play,
It's
Colin.
bold.
That's a bold play.
it's bold. We'll see if it pays off. Just trying to cover their motion there with the stun, the Elamine. But it actually plays into the other status, according to what I get from good old Derry. There has not been a single entry kill traded. It's never once been the sort of 1-to-1-to-1 every single round. Just shows how this game is sort of formulating between these two teams, how the lock-in of these loose players, because once again, there it is. An entry kill goes through and nobody's been able to get a trade on it. Back to the drawing board. Slow and steady. Get the drones in and get themselves ready to drop. They can hear the call. But what floor is it coming from and how far can you go? They all leave apart from a Scopos on the far side, inside strip. But the Scopos can just do that.
Yeah. So there's the peel back from FaZe. Gives Wildcard the map now. Spiker able to spot out the shell, so hopefully somebody will go and dispatch that, because you never know. Thankfully, Dash is here. Eliminates the shell. And that is map secured right now. Just in case there was a ghost or something, I don't know. Casper these days, you never know what he can get up to.
Gotta do it.
So 4v5, minute left. Still, got the Vulcan canisters that need to be dispatched here by this Twitch drone if they want to probably go for a kitchen take, but I think for Wildcard, it's the decision making, isn't it? They don't have to go up against that mirror strategy, which I'm surprised because it worked really well for FaZe last time. So what's going to be their solution here? Is it going to be the Church? They've opened up moat. Well, you'd lead into that, wouldn't you? Oh! Now that is big. Dash misses the Vulcan canister. That doorway's going to be off limits now.
Yeah, that is a big bit of cost with 20 seconds left as well. They can just pop it, but Dash gets at least a player for his trouble. He's going to open himself a route through, but the blue pressure has to draw the focus away. The damage done to Dash, and Cyber swings out wide and tries to drive himself on towards the triple wall, tucked up close. How aware are they? It doesn't matter because he doubles down. Cyber gets it across the line, but with 4 seconds and a 2 versus 1, cans and cannot.
Cyber, we always have to mention him. He always gets a moment in every game he has. Longevity of this man needs to be studied. What a player he is, and you look at the play that he made, and that all comes off the back of just triple wall not being opened up because there's no ranged hard breacher. The ace was banned, Cabana wasn't there. Not opening up that triple wall for a triple wall take, that is the risk that you have. It's how easily those defenders can just maneuver inside of Church. Look, missing that Vulcan canister, we know that was the kicker, obviously. Yeah. But there was still an opportunity. But because you're allowing somebody just to run around in the bomb site, because he's not being pressured, because angles are not being opened up, that's what's going to happen.
We return once again to Church Arsenal Rumor site that has slipped its way back and forth between these two teams. I mean, the fact that it was a 5 versus 3 sort of shows why that timer is the 6th man. Because as soon as they only had 15 seconds left and they had to just make it happen, that's when those sort of plays, like Cyber, can stack in and lock down. And it's almost a fun conversation, because I made a point about this very early on, how Wildcard are one of the lower sort of multi-kill teams. They've always come in a team balance. This game, they've, I'm not going to say relied heavily upon it, but they've done a decent amount. FaZe, that's the first time a player has got over 2 kills in a single round, and it's Cyber with a 4K. Bay almost gone.
It's a really good spread, I think, across everyone. Everyone's had a little bit something to do, haven't they, in this game? So it just shows the level that we're at. So Bay and the Scopos. Spiker. He's still alive. Was he? Did he challenge?
I think he did.
Yeah, he did. I mean, that is, again, a risky play to go for, trying to get the upper hand. I assume against Veto King outside dirt, but hasn't worked for him. But he's still alive, I suppose. That C4 and 2 impacts can still be utilized. And Bay, just, this is where it's the decision making. Does he still want to linger? Does he want to waste a bit of time? He's actively on the shell. They'll see that. Kansan's still up here inside a kitchen, by the way.
Yeah, it's... Well, Dash is still up here on the top floor. Ooh, they've gone for all the risk here. They're going for the reward, and Azami's the one that gets tracked inside Kitchen. They're putting pressure down onto Dirt. We said it before, FaZe. They'll sort of poke the site and force the players to fall back, and maybe Dash can activate on the back of that, the Vigil. Slow and steady. If he can jab at the right time and just sort of put a stick between the spokes of the approach here of FaZe, I mean, they're droning it out. Now they know he's up there. But what do? Do you push the site? They've already got themselves close. We saw the player on side Dirt. They're not going to rush into it entirely.
And don't forget the operator, the Vigil, can counter that demo. So in terms of going for that Roman, it's going to be difficult compared to any other operator that you would like to have. So it could just be the direct take coming in right now. And oh dear, KDS in the perfect position to find Bez. He went for that creep.
Oh, Canton does trade back in, but Soul's on the hatch. They made sure they had everything sort of pieced together, and that leaves Spiker and Baby Shark in the hope of locking this out in just a round and getting themselves the pressure on towards a final 1 of 4 versus 2 with so much time. 2 grenades, 2 flashes, Candelas, everything they could want for this. The final charge down almost catches the first, but Spiker pops up, replaces the C4, but it's a little bit too early. Vidaking, in the meantime, steals the other site, and they could just hold at bay and plant, as they are doing. Spiker has to fight his way out and can't quite find the first. The second is obviously safe for the plant. Does get the catch, but a bit too far of a distance there for Spiker, and they took them almost the entire distance on FaZe's map. But FaZe still push it into a hard-fought victory.
Yeah, nice from FaZe to clean it up near the end. Wildcard just running out of steam. Led that game well. It was 6-5, but then FaZe have swept them 3 in a row. And the performance from FaZe, just an all-rounder performance. We've seen that time and time again. Everyone is just so darn good on that side. And this is whenever FaZe are at their best, they are a tough team to beat. But still, Wildcard, like you mentioned, they made it really close on the map pick.
It's also worth sort of saying how much the timeout was for FaZe there. 5 of the sort of 5 rounds after, 4 of them went towards their side, but it's a game of 3, it's a best of 3, and we are on the break, the first of 3. After this quick break, we'll be back. Oh my god, Anne? Fast Anne? Oh my god, can you please sign this photo? Can you please sign this photo?
You pulled this off my, what is it?
No.
No, I see the hand on it. This is not from me. You had someone else involved in this.
We had 2 people involved. We had both Fast Mama and Fast Colin.
Oh my, you reached out to my mom for this as well?
Colin.
And okay, well, yeah.
But
This is,
can you tell us about this look? It's a strong look.
Yeah. You know these sunglasses, the Miu Miu, like, or the whatever brand it is, sorry, glasses that are in right now? I feel like I was setting a trend with that back in the day already.
This is very similar to the photo shoots that we've done for the production so far.
Yeah, so I was planning ahead of time, I think. When I was probably like, how old would I be here? 2, 3 maybe?
I thought about 11 or 12, but
No.
maybe.
All right, okay.
If you could please sign it, we need to,
Yeah.
What
What are you going to do with this?
Keep them, they're for me.
Okay.
I'm a really big fan.
You going to hang it above your bed?
Yeah.
Then I will sign
I've got a whole
it for
wall.
you. All right.
Thank you so much, Anne. I love your work. Thank
Wonderful.
you so much.
Så det går ju armory och mig inlång. box rotate, headers Amory, fitter CC, headers. I will put like this, but it's basically headers and rotate. And about the utility, the Wamai is playing around east, so he's putting the Wamai for himself. The recruit is putting wire on metal and wire easters in case 5 per square.
So Ash is going to spawn here, and it's going to throw an Ash here on the table, because you can break the Goyo, like if you throw an Ash. So really fast, he's going to throw this Ash and already break the Goyo. Glass is going to come here with the Blitz to do the plant, and Thatcher here on the window. Ash comes here and break the other Goyo on the window.
Okay.
And then Ash is going to enter below with the drone that Capitan, that's going to play here, is looking for her. She enters below, plays there. Just to guarantee the C4s and stuff like that. And on the time of the plant, she's going to climb the metal stairs.
Yeah.
Glass is going to smoke here with the Blitz, so 4 smokes. They're just going to spam smokes. And Glass is going to
push
come
deep.
Here, push, and kill the guy doing C4, maybe kill the guy on armor as well. Capitan is going to throw a fire here on this position, that's very common, and a fire here. Ash is going to push the stairs, and Blitz is going to plant right here because it's not really common. And if the guy can throw a C4, but you have Thatcher, so it's really hard, maybe Blitz is going to tank it. So that's it.
We can go next round. No, I mean, that's actually really good. And I guess when the Ash is destroying the Goyo, you just open his door, you open the other side. So you basically can't guess you will do this. And then after the Ash pushing up metal, if you don't expect this, then the round is literally over from there. We don't have smoke, we don't have warden, we are dead. So yeah, no, I think by far it's Felipox round this one.
Thank you, bro. You won this time.
Honestly, a lot of players are scared of you, obviously. We were suspicious because you're too good. Like that was literally what happened. And I'm the one who sent the email. So like, I'm the one who did it, that's the story, right? None of us really thought that you were legit.
Okay.
Jack, fresh. Oh my god, please, can you sign this photo of you?
How do you have this photo?
Please, we're really big fans, actually. Can you tell us about this photo?
No, I shouldn't.
Well, this is actually Mama Fresh delivered this.
Excellent.
Towards us. Thank you.
My mother has been providing photos again.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you all for the broadcast. Thank you so much. Lovely to meet you.
I would reinforce off these 2 walls here. This would be a flex wall. We're gonna put it like this, just say that it's like a flex. I don't know, I'm gonna do that. Then positioning, we'd have the 2 brow play here with the C4 and like the DMR, you could play between like weed, like the metal area is what we call it. So we can either react to that or the weed wall based off what they're doing. We'd start the Valk, I'll just put it right here so it's easy to see on that side. And then we'd have the Fenrir as the last guy. He'd be here, contesting for tool side, really kind of being a menace over there. And this guy as well, like when they're trying to go for that tool as well, I'd have these zombie pressed up unless there's lower pressure, like trying to contest off that door, just being a menace a little bit. Not really looking for a pick, but looking to delay time.
Basically for the start, we can put it like that. So I would put him like around these windows. So if we need help to hold or whatever, he will be rotated. If your Azami really fall back and manage to, like I think it would be around here. Right?
She'd be like all the way back. I'd put her like right here probably.
So, like the things how it would go as well. Like once we take like the control of garage, I would put maybe the Capitan around this area.
Yeah,
just to hold this position. Normally they place our jabs and rotate out for the door to help onto the push. I think we would put Ing here to be playing into the main breach, but it depends on the green take. Like if you're trying to force too much the green take, I would put like the Ying here to come to try to help. But if it's like you're just giving away, trying to fall it back, I would just keep the Ying there. So like if you guys are just falling back to hold into power positions, I would say that the Deimos can come from below as well to try to help. And as I said, this Hibana here, it will be like a flex. I don't really count on her. It's more to get the Clash attention. If Clash is still here, it's
that's
good.
the biggest thing. I would want the Clash to rotate over play Ivy. Is like what I'd want originally.
Yeah, so if like the Clash goes back into this side, I would put this Hibana to try to sneak in and play.
And the 2 playing back here is ideally what it'd be.
And then after like dealing with the Clash over here, I think this guy would be already played. So it's like he won his fights as well, or he lost, and then we got the control of this area kind of, and we just cross.
That's assuming nobody dies early. Yeah. Or just swings and gets killed, you know.
Exactly.
Because that's what happens.
Well, that is our first map, and obviously it's a tale of 3, and Clubhouse was almost a tale of all 15. They pretty much went to the brink there, wildcard, traded rounds. There was never a moment in that game where either FaZe or wildcard Demo really felt in control.
Very back and forth until we kind of hit the final 3 rounds, and then FaZe just sweep it, clean it up. Simple as that for them. Wildcard, again, made a good old dent into that map. Don't forget, it was FaZe who picked this. We still have Wildcard's map to come. But overall, Wildcard, I mean, they were looking to get aggressive, looking to go up against FaZe, but I mean, FaZe, remember, all of them are playing so well. They are such a machine to try and take down.
And this is the point where the machine has to try and be put up against a different set of boards, Demo. One of the only maps that we haven't cast. And there's a man who's probably going to actually be in his element, to be fair, with the opportunities he was taking and striking. We saw only a single 4K come through from him, but it's just one multi-kill in what is a 15-9 KD. Sort of shows how continually he was present in all of the rounds.
Yeah, I mean, Cyber, whenever he's on his form, he just sets the lobby alive. So for Cyber, if this is him in map 1, oh dear, Wildcard, what's it going to be like in map 2?
Well, there's a lot that can be said about Border. There's a lot that it can offer you. You've got to sort of check in and board a helicopter, but I'm Border waiting. So let's get into map 2, Demo. Now, Border. Border is a play space, and also, quickly, we have now cast every single map, Demo.
Whoa!
Woo! I don't know if any other duo has. I don't know if every duo has.
We'll just say probably.
And we're last, which also would make sense. But, Border, oh, it's fun. And it's fun because of how it plays. I sort of alluded to the fact that it's one that aggressive teams love, aggressive sort of players love. You can get yourself in, get yourself violent, and that also reflects itself in the stats. It has the highest attack win rate of any map.
Yeah, this is FaZe's kind of least preference map throughout the year. They never play it. It's always going to be banned by them. We did see it appear in the game against G2. They lost it, so still not having that win on it, which isn't a surprise again. Like I said, FaZe do not play this map, but now we're seeing it again, which makes things a little bit more interesting. Now you start thinking, okay, maybe now FaZe have kind of learned their Border. They've been a little bit better on it. Whereas for Wildcard, yes, they've played this map plenty of times before, but they're not great on it. I mean, they don't win it all too often. They lost to Elevate. They did beat Falcons on it, though, in this tournament. It was a 7-0, a bit of a throwaway from Falcons, which sometimes that happens in those kind of games. But for Wildcard, it is a mixed bag of results. So it is a little bit scary seeing them going to it. And also, whenever you mention about the attacker win percentage, not great for Wildcard. 35% is their win rate on the attacks. And this is an attacker-sided map, in my opinion.
Bro, I think in everyone's opinion, in fact, it's the only one above a 50%. Only just. 50.9% of attacks have hit the mark throughout this tournament, but every single other map falls from Cyber falls from a 48% down to a 37% attack success rate on Fortress. That is, I think, everybody's knowledge that is always going to be the lowest attack. But there goes Cyber, there goes Thorn, and there goes that chance of a superpower player, the one who had an impact pretty much every single round previously. This time won't get that opening impact here. You can see now this man advantage, how important, how integral a trade game is towards the boards of Border. And as they sort of get themselves surrounded and ready for it, they can try and close down here on CC. Get that man in the corner of security, try and either force him on the hatch or on the rotate via 90, off down short towards the site or otherwise. But the support comes through and a C4, great motion behind it, moves up and knows that they've now probably got rid of the utility on the other side of it, stopping their exit.
Yeah, Wildcard just probing the exterior angles, putting FaZe into some uncomfortable positions. Like the drone will able to spot out Souls, playing aggressive inside the main hallway. And now for Wildcard, how do you collapse on that kill? How do you pick that up? Veto King able to find one. In comes the Sophia concussions and no movement still. I mean, Souls is still alive in this position. However, other players of FaZe are falling around the map though.
That's it. The 3 versus 4 is almost entirely cemented. Handy goes down in the meantime, though. But Souls is able to finally find the end of the fight. Looks towards the second, but Veto King now takes a bit of damage, and there's the end of another player, but a 2 versus 2. Falling apart here. Bay has a bit of control inside. There's 2 1 versus 1s that have made their way across either side, but the kit is inside the site alone. So the defenders are going to see if they can try and get themselves leveled and levied back together as Dash goes down to what I think was a Razor Bloom. They're just going to try and maybe bridge the gap towards their teammate. They're obviously a bit damaged, tucked and safe. And as I said, you can see the position. Souls, they've got themselves the bottom of the stairs. They've got to make sure this is a 2 versus 2. And both teams there have done well to escape giving themselves the 1 versus 1 solo engagements. However, I would say with 20 seconds left, with the health on either side and with the fact that the defenders know where the kid is, probably more favored in towards FaZe's side right now, ready for the swings to come round. But, oh, missed the moment. Bay, he's on for 4. Can he make it 5? No, he's going to go for the plant and trust the cover, and now it's all he can do. The man has left. He's chased. He's pre-fired, but he's tucked for safety.
Wow, what a round. That I was sat on the edge of my seat the whole way through that. The amount of 50-50 engagements there was incredible. Most of it, of course, coming from that east stairs direction. All the action going on towards that side of the map. We've seen the early information that was kind of given off the back of the drones. They're able to spot out the Ela very early on. But nobody could really capitalize on that position, though. Wildcard having a terrible time at getting the clear out done successfully. And really, if you're looking at it from Wildcard's perspective, that is a toss-away round that you have to be winning. They picked up the opening kills. I think was it a 2v4, perhaps, I think?
Yeah, about that, yeah.
You have to be closing them out against a side like FaZe, because if you give FaZe an inch, they're taking the mile.
I mean, there, the follow-through on the next engagement here. Bay seeing that opportunity and striking the 7 seconds left. And, I mean, great idea from Souls there, right? Knows he's going to be in this engagement. Knows if he lets them set up with the kid, as I said, they know where it is. Then, well, you're going to have to watch. You're going to have to cross the divide if they get too far. Take the man setting up for that position. Take the watch on the engagement. And, well, we mean to continue. But let's take ourselves actually back about 4 minutes and talk about these bans, shall we? Deimos and Ying, and Keybers and Smokes. Everything to control what is generically open play space and quick crashes.
I think overall everything about the bans for Border. And Shields is also another thing which is always scary. Think about the rush plays you can go for.
Yep.
But still for FaZe, I mean, you take away one rush element, that being the Ying, who is also very, very good at a map like Border. Again, this is the map where you don't need a hard breacher. It's one of the very few you can play that playstyle. Bay, he kind of gets an ace. That's 5 in a row. Does that count? I don't know.
Everybody clap. Everybody clap.
But still, it's the opening pick. Again, goes in favor of Wildcard. They need to now hold on to this lead and convert that. I mean, being able to pick up your opening kills on the attack on Border is very important. The way the map and the way it's laid out, it's like a game of Jenga. If one position gets taken out and you're losing that defender, it then leaves the other players in a position where you can just get swung in on. But never mind, look at that from Andy. The 180 turn on the Baby Shark. Look at that rotate. My word, Handy, if he kills him. No way! Surely not!
Oh! No! Oh! Bay gets caught, but Souls trades it towards the end, and a C4 of Cyber leaves just Spiker alone, and Fine, he's inside above, but everybody else has been blown off the border. And at this point, with that clash, with what they still have, they can peel themselves back. Souls has the last angle, and FaZe. You said it, as soon as one of those dominoes falls, everything sort of skitters around, but they'd prep the table. They'd
have
flipped
to make
it.
the plays, don't you? And you look at Handy. It's like Ronaldinho running the show, the way that footwork came in. Phenomenal. The fact that he killed the second guy, I'm sure when you get the 180, sure, that happens. But then he goes for that rotate, and then love this game. I love this game.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Two defenses, and FaZe stronger in the second. You can see here, I mean, that sprinting at the worst possible time. Maybe a miscom that he rotated.
Just rainbow flicked that over his head. It's brilliant.
One more bullet would have been the end of Handy. Now, they had themselves, obviously, for the trade. We said it before, actually. Yesterday, we've seen a lot of prone peeking.
Yeah.
And a lot of prone sort of holding throughout this tournament. That one didn't quite hit the mark. And now that leaves the tertiary site here. Wildcard on the back foot on towards border. And it's always the risk of bringing a team that's sort of heated up towards border, right? Because, yes, it's not the map that FaZe play all the time. Wildcard have a bit more experience in it. I think, generically, I think it's a good map for NA as well.
Yeah.
Border. They've always found a good time here. But at the same sort of time, after Clubhouse, after how intense it was, FaZe, they've come into this with that energy still.
Yeah, I mean, this is where momentum really starts to kick in. And like I said before, Wildcard not having a great time on the attacks on border, that has been a worry for them. And by the time they kind of switch over to the defense, it could be gone already. You know, the rounds that FaZe could build up here in the defense where things are working really well. When you look at the lineup here from Wildcard, it just screams we're going to go direct. We're not looking to clear away roamers. We want to try and kind of go from the horizontal side of things. You look at where they've stationed that blitz outside of detention and they can try and move in. There is an echo, though. Vita King, a great position. Will get kicked off the cams, though, from the Dokkaebi, so there was an opening, but very swiftly switches off that phone call and straight back onto the cans, I'm sure.
Baby Shark's able to find Cyber. Hasn't quite been able to really get himself in towards this as Solus is gone. Now be that limitation on just holding from above and caught out in a bit of an awkward spot on those stairs, but it means it's an awkward camera to have to try and recollect because you've got to clear that the top. You've got to make sure short isn't going to be a pressure point. You can't just drive your way across the middle as well because of the seating area. And the seating area seems to be theirs.
Look at this. They're using the sense. They're going to just cover off all of the site and allow the blitz to run in and go for the plant. This is it. Perfect from Wildcard. FaZe, I don't think we're going to stop this.
No, there's two C4s, but this is the man that doesn't have any, and he's got to cross the divide. One of them's rotated close, but it's too late for the party, and instead a post plant is all he can get. And Kansan just spraying through blind. They've got an awareness. Somebody's on the beeper side, and Handy's able to lead in on towards Baby Shark. But when you have the 4 versus 2 and a shield running it down, it's just going to leave them in this. One take on towards Passport, and they can cross this divide, but the rotate round is Baze to pick up. And Energy from the side of Wildcards. They get themselves that first attack.
Yeah, better thinking there from Wildcard. Why try and challenge FaZe? What's the point? What are we doing to ourselves? Let's just go direct. Let's bring the cheese. Let's bring all the operators, which are great for this map. Utilize the shields. I love the way they use the sense to create that divide. Beautiful play. Wildcard, that's more like it. If they can just keep pumping out rounds like that, they'll have no problem here picking up a good number of attacking rounds.
Dokkaebi and Goya sort of plays more into the game I was talking about. When you get to border, if you're more unfamiliar with it, but the game, this map's been around forever. If you're more unfamiliar with it, it's not the biggest hard wall game, right? It's sort of the middle child. It plays itself a bit differently. It's floating around in its own space and hoping to get a little bit of attention now and again.
I'm an only child. I can't speak for that.
Yeah, I'm a middle child. That came right from
dear.
the heart. But you don't really play that game. Instead, it's about sort of locking down these open spaces. It becomes this trade game. It becomes this statistical anomaly amongst it of these big acting out, these big engagements that cover these big divides, and that's not really to do with the hard walls. You get things open, you get corners covered from base to base, and that's entirely what we've got here. It's a ban on control. Goyo getting rid of the sort of clear space. You're looking at Smoke, clear space, plant opportunities. You're looking at Keebers to create new space and stretch things. On the other side, hunting down those loose players, giving yourself that one-step advantage on the step and the swing. It's just aggression manifest. And everybody with those bands is trying desperately to throw an ice bucket on top of it.
That was a great challenge. Just that you've mentioned ice bucket. I don't just think of the challenge immediately in my brain. Remember doing that, 16 years of age. Wow, what a time to be alive. Sorry. Yeah, Spiker got the drone set up. We've seen good information from that same camera pause the last time they were up here. However, they could not capitalize the information they were able to gain, so let's hope they can do things a little bit better. I mean, there is a decent amount that Wildcard need to go through. You've got kind of layers set up with the mirror windows and also the clash. And, I mean, Vidiking, too, on the pulse could perhaps rotate light downstairs and utilize the shotgun and that C4 amongst a decent amount of soft destruction you can gather from this top floor defense. But Wildcard, I just think the pressure's always going to be on them whenever you look at the attacks, especially with how things have started up. I mean, FaZe, they've shown their hand. You look at the operators that they've brought, nothing too crazy in terms of the holds. You just have to work through that Wildcard, and being able to work through all this util, this is the pressure. And how are you allowing something like this to happen? No way, Handy just takes a stroll, use the information that the clutch has, Handy goes for the run out, 2, makes that land. It's too easy here, Emmy. This needs to be sorted out from Wildcard immediately. Oh, what?
KDS cap stash. They called him the King of Brazil, but I think his crown is rattling around the floor. And Bay almost opened up the game with an ace. Would have to get one here to close this round, but you look at what's still there. Just 3 of the 4 C4s left with a pulse and a clash. They could win this one from not even the story it happens on, and the clash is just feeding all of this. At this point, I'm glad it was put to bed because that turned into bullying.
I mean, Handy just getting away with a massive crime. How is he allowed to walk just straight through catwalk onto East? Should not be happening. The timeout correctly called. I mean, was that a Lagonis timeout or an EFAC timeout? Because
so hard.
All I hear is EFAC just yammering away. We don't care that you've killed the Scopos. We're not fussed. That's the A stream. We don't care.
Yeah, it's... I mean, I can also now hear Jake. Xenox. Xenox to other people. Sorry, I know him. Wow, and now I can hear everything. Whatever just happened on the other stream.
We don't care.
We don't care.
Don't care. All about B stream. This is the game. Watch this game.
It's just funny when things happen during a lull in the other stream.
Don't worry about Fury and Falcons. You'll see that in the final. Don't worry.
Oh, cool shot that neither of these two teams will be there.
Well. I think that's...
They're not even Team Secret will be there.
I don't know. I just think that
Weibo on their run.
That could be a repeat game, I feel. I think Furia, once they get that sniff of that run, and I mean, said from the get-go, I think Falcons be in that final again. It just depends if they can lift it this time.
No Fluxo W7M, no SSG.
I could be wrong, but I'll hedge my bets.
All right. We'll see how things come together. A little bit of a rehost. As we take a moment here. Take a breath. They're going crazy on the stream. It's fine. We're chilling. Welcome to Spa time. Which is strange to say in the middle of a border, because border is border and border is bloody violent. But I'm sure the players after their timeout will want to be in sooner rather than later as well. You've already got, obviously, conversations of how they can try and piece themselves together. You've got the ideas that are falling apart, but that round, I think, was the most apart. We've probably seen Wildcard all day, really. Here's the A stream. Oh, we get a taste of A stream. Oh, okay. I get it. Oh!
Oh, he got the flash off. Oh, he got the flash off. Wow.
Oh, if Tim was casting that, we'd have gone, use us, yes!
That's made me proud as well, because he's a player, he doesn't play those shields, so well done. Well done to Josh, well done.
Sitting in the corner hiding. Okay, I get why everybody was screaming. I get it. I understand. Thank you, Prod, for allowing us to share that moment. No one needs to go to the A stream. Ever. We've got it here.
You're not missing much over there.
Wow,
Falcons winning? No, not again.
With a BA stream. See Wildcard are sort of patient. Everything said by Lagonis. Bouncing around in their head before they can get themselves back in. FaZe obviously could lock themselves in for a 2-0 as things would drive forward. Otherwise, we get ourselves back on towards Consulate. Now, as we talked about Border being a sort of, missing map in some ways from FaZe's rotation. They've only really played it once. They often ban it. The recent play was against G2. They lost it 5-7. And as that game sort of came together, with how that's played out, it was traded in the open half. FaZe struggled more on their attack, though. GT locked it in on their defense.
Yeah, don't forget big plays as well, though, from G2 players in that game. You think about Stompin'.
Yep.
Lair was massive as well. So certainly individuals showed up for G2 in that game to drag them over the finish line, but I think for FaZe, if they can show here that they can win a border against Wildcard, who we know is a great team, whenever we get into the main stage where the games really are just so important, the fact that a team may think, they can now play border now, that makes the map ban phase some more interesting. So I like the play from FaZe, taking it to border. You see how they can continue on now as we jump back in. Round number 5. We head to Vents and Workshop. Now, this is a bomb site where it can be pretty difficult, I think, for a lot of teams to defend it, mostly because there's so many different ways you can approach the attack. And most of that comes down to the vertical gameplay. Everywhere can be seen from above, which doesn't help if you're trying to defend it.
Yeah.
And because of that, you're going to see a lot of teams try and hold above. I mean, look, we've seen the quick rushes where you would just smoke out everything inside the B-bomb site and just try and walk in and go for a plant. You have that external window you can play. In terms of the kind of bathroom side, yes, it can work, but if you then don't clear above, you kind of have issues with the glaring hatch right above it. So 9 times out of 10, attackers, they will just go above. They'll try and fight against that roam game. And FaZe, well, you look at the operators that they have. They've got that mirror and that clutch. Again, that duo.
Will it be something that slows them down? It seemed like, for all the conversations on that opening statistic from the previous map, here, 3 opening kills have gone into the favor of Wildcard, and they just haven't been able to get them closed down throughout the rest of the rounds themselves. And yes, okay, the first one was almost a Bay Ace. To be what a strong opener. It could have been, would have been, isn't have been. The Lion pops off, and the shield looks like it wants to pop off. They're against Souls, though, and this is the problem, because if they wanted to just hit the site hard and heavy, well, now the Clash has revealed, oh, here's the Blitz. They're not too far away. They're trying to make their way from the other side, and you can see that they're sort of running the numbers. And they've actually entirely had to pull off the plan. Dash moved away, back up towards the top floor. Misthrows the first and the second. What a blow. That is, hits the barbed wire and they fall back. There's the mirror window you talked about. Isn't entirely going to risk the fight. Goes for the punch in the blind, but they're able to pop it off instead. It's a flurry of wildcard kills and the verticality is theirs, Demo.
Yeah, utilizing the blitz, and he did miss the 2 smokes, but his main objective was get into the face of that mirror window, and he did that successfully. So yeah, 2v4, full top floor control now for Wildcard. They are looking great in this position, but as we've seen before, they need to close that out. And yeah, Kansan, he's on one right now. That's free in the round, and Souls all by his lonesome. Uses the Clash Shield to try and assist, and there's one. 3 more still he needs to find. Diffuser going to go down, though. I don't think he's in a great position here to stop that plant, and now he has to try and go for the retake. The 1v3, you can play above, of course, Spiker up there in the Lion. There's the Blitz. Should be an easy kill, and it will be Dash. Great work on that Blitz.
Well, the timeout did lead to some success, 3-2. They want to get themselves that even half. And FaZe, as I said before, when they played this the other day against G2, they've actually already outperformed what they managed on defense, but G2 love attacking. We said it statistically, wildcard attack hasn't really been their strongest thing. They came into this series and this day as the second strongest defending team of anybody. The difference is, obviously, they haven't lost a series yet. So when you haven't been knocked down, you don't really get the answer to the question of how do you get back up again. That's when your stats and numbers start to shake. And FaZe, obviously, have already been, not rattled, but they weren't coming through their group as the top seed. They weren't the entire driving force. Wildcard have lost maps, though. That's that split. But they can still propose themselves the idea of this even split. Get themselves locked in. As I said before, Border gets itself one way, but kind of the worry is Consulate more than anything. When you're looking at the stats, I don't think either team has actually played at this tournament so far, but FaZe's recent record is 5-0. They're pretty confident on that map. Wildcard 1-0. It was a 7-2 against M80. I was about to say a 780, but
Making up words, are we?
Game doesn't go on that long. Imagine. First team to 80 rounds.
I thought you were saying 780 rounds. We'd be here for a while.
First team to 780 rounds wins, and it's just who can stay awake the longest. No, that'll actually be a bit of a steal here. They're trying to
looking for something, isn't he? But doesn't really see much. Not a massive amount of util that you can grab immediately in towards that site. So they're gonna have to try and see where they want to stem it from. I mean, you have the shield, obviously. You've got the Monty, so going for the East take, having that control, yeah, it'll be great. And again, the same game plan, I'm sure, for Wildcard is get yourself down for East, start looking in towards the site. You've got that sense again, of course. So Spiker can kind of cut off the kind of lines of sight straight from the window all the way across in towards blue. And then the shield walks in and goes to the plant. Need to get the wall opened up first, though, and the Selma's going to go down. Dash going to cover in case anyone tries to shoot it off from custom. So everything is going step by step right now for Wildcard. This is looking strong. What about the denial, though? Look at the C4 lineup. 4 C4s being brought in by FaZe. I mean, if you're Dash, I don't envy him, because if he tries to step a single foot inside that bomb site, I'm sure a C4 is going to be tossed right at him.
I mean, fully stacked up, and that's sort of the bait. Look how many of them are over in this position, doing their best to kind of hold on. But without a single body, without that read-through, they're still in the vertical positions. They're still with these modicum of control.
If it runs on batteries, I see it.
They're just going to try and tuck themselves in on the plant, but as he said, the C4, and this is the threat, right? They've got this cross angle. There goes the gadget, and there's the destruction of it. No, we can still see, but there's more sense walls they can roll as they've got the cross across the site. Dash, he's just going to back his way in, but there's the rotate from the Mozzie. He's already used it. He used it to get rid of the sense gadget. He can't quite get the angle. They're going to see if they can make it connect, but he's not on the default plant, so they find it. Bay has the cover on towards Souls, and they can just pull back, peel away, but they can watch this from above. That's that position. If they open up the verticality, they've got the Monty to watch it flat as well. There's the pressure, and they've got to drive themselves in, worried about the cross angle, and you can see it. There's the above, there's the catch, there's the double up, triple up. Why not make it flawless?
Hemi, they had another 3 C4s that just weren't used. The Mozzie's there. The Mozzie should be screaming, somebody else come with a C4. You know, they're bringing all that util, and it's going to waste. I mean, the Monty should have been dead to rights.
Yep.
Should have been. But nobody in position for FaZe. Look, Wildcard, just taking it step by step. They see that opening. They have to try and force the way through, but I just think that Wildcard should have had a more difficult time of doing that. Coming away with that on a flawless. I mean, how? How have they got away with not losing a single body?
Even half. Even half wildcard kept themselves still fighting. A bit of a strange pace towards it, obviously, especially with the rest of the round. But as you said, with everything that was still in pocket, I mean, even between these two teams, including the previous map, either of these teams getting a plant off with what was every player still standing, didn't expect that. Just because it doesn't fit their sort of playstyle. It doesn't really fit how this game has hit heads. And
he just sticks the plant like every time for the shield. He doesn't care if he dies. He just knows, yep, I have to go in here and just plant it like a tree.
Well, the eternal slap fights between these two teams continue. Heavy hits and clubbing each other. But we'll see if they can try and just keep themselves still standing by the end of it, or who leaves in a little bit of a daze. We know the power of these two teams as they went back and forth on that first map. And here it's been a little bit more of sort of rested control. As we said, you know, though there was almost that ace opener, the round is that perfect yin-yang reflection of each other. 2 rounds into a trade, into 2 rounds either side for the 3. And that's that sort of game that will continue. But the way things do like to continue, as we said before this, on towards the border, that we don't see a lot from the side of FaZe. Attack was where they had more success. Attack was where they were able to get 3 rounds against G2's defense. They're happy to play into the game and the angle of this. In the meantime, generally, defense was better for the side of Wildcard. They've struggled more. Only about 38% of their attacks have gone together. So suddenly you've got these two teams on their preferred half for this final probable back and forth.
Wildcard should have a much easier time dealing, of course, with this this defensive half. We know they're a lot better on border and defense than the attack, so even them getting an even split, it's good. So for FaZe, I mean, straight away the game plan is, let's just bring the power. Let's bring the heavy hitters. A triple shield along with a Lion and a Grim. Oh my, this is a lot that you have to work for. And if you look at the lineup from Wildcard, no traps. I mean, this is going to be a big issue. They've got no real way of getting through these shields, so I worry. But I'll be honest with you, Emmy, this is right up my street. This is a bit of Siege,
3
bit of me.
shields is yours.
This is it.
Get
my
out.
cup of tea, up my
Get
alley.
out. Take your headset off and leave. Revoked. I mean, let's see if they can try and catch the first, but there's the first shield. Uh-oh, and they're going to use the C4, force the Monty away, but it's actually a trade out elsewhere. Bay and Handy find 1 apiece, and now the Monty's still just reading all of this intel, and they still have 3 shields, but Soul suffers a little bit, so peels himself further away. Trying to get Kansan out of this situation. More shields, they're baiting him in. They want to sort of say, come get him. Oh, we got him back. Soul says the cross, there's 2 shields, but the third is obviously still somewhere at Bay, and, well, not at Bay, because Bay's already been got. Handy outside the laser gate.
I like this. The rotate from Handy can try and target in towards the single window or go in towards Arm if he wants to. Good kill, though, comes back. Spiker gone, and now it's just down to the free shield. Spiker picking up that kill. A C4, perfect! The default count was up, by the way.
Well, that's the problem when you have 3 shields, is sometimes things that you would clear because you've got to keep your gun up at all times become paramount. They become testament towards the doctrine of how a round will be prophesized from the top of the hill, and the top of the mound is a C4. 2 apiece. Almost becomes a 2 versus 1 as Spiker adrift to the side as Souls holds down, but in the meantime, Handy driven up. The blitz.
3 impacts.
He wants the close fight, and the 3 impacts might be about to have the biggest impact of all. There's the cover of the smoke. Spiker's ready to let loose with the first. Does a lot of damage. Handy survives the second. It leaves a singular 1, but it's an easy catch. And then the trade out of 1 versus 1 against the shield. Goes for the knife, goes for the ban, but can't quite connect. He's loose. He's free. He's down the stairs. He's out of here.
Fucking go, boys. Nice.
So close. But he just legs it. Keep it running. FaZe so close with the shields, but not successful. I also just picked up as well, Bay said they don't know how to clear east, by the way. So there is that they can maybe look in towards.
I get my armory, just get my suicide and my 2
Wow. What a round to kick things off. Oh my. And Oryx has been forced.
I mean, there's only one shield currently on the board, but Oryx is fun on this map. And to be fair, the 3 shields down to 2 shields down to 1 shield. They were able to just, I'm not going to say lucky, but compartmentalize. That was lucky. So close. Wild card. The fun thing is, when you look back, similar story to our opening round in a slightly different way. It was a 1 versus 1 that came down to time, that came down to a player sprinting through beepers, probably screaming. It's just a perfect mirror of each other's game, but in very different languages of Siege. The shields in towards this play. Vidiking's now the only one with the Blackbeard. They've got the Echo. They've got those traps. They've got the Oryx. They've got everything to try and respond to it. FaZe has sort of played one hand and, you know, Wildcard's trying to get the cards to respond. But whether these two lineups will mesh in a similar sort of way or whether it'll just turn into another brawl at dawn. Seems like they're trying to find a fight. The Solace just getting the read on anything that's coming in towards their direction. They've got the verticality and they want to make sure they can hold on to it here.
Much more different approach, of course, from FaZe. Slower paced. Starting that top floor probe as best as they can. Now, it looks so they're going to make their entrance in towards break room. There's a player. It'll be that Oryx and Bay. What a play! Able to also dodge away from the nade before Vidiking is there to eliminate him. It's going to be a 3v3 as Handy's also picked up Dash. Still a decent amount of time here for the attackers to play with. They've traded kills back and forth, but look at what we've lost on both sides. Yes, the Grim. It's going to be a bit of an issue losing that, but there is also the Echo off the board from Dash. A shotgun, an easy one for Spiker. Has to use the impact to finish it off, but still, a kill's a kill.
I mean, had to do it, right? You could see the pressure was coming around the other side. He did great to lean in towards that approach, got rid of the player, and got out of there. And now, the 3 versus 2. They've got the shield. Hey, they got the default this time around, so they can't quite get the thread on from the C4, but still, look at the impacts as well. We just talked about the operator selection to counter the shields. They've also still got 4 impacts. Blackbeard is going to be in a bit of a sort of detriment as soon as he pops his head round. So Souls has to try and double up with the player, but you know, you can see the pings coming through. Are they just going to hit impacts from underneath? Well, that's solid, so no game to be found. Instead, give themselves some wiggle room. Make things wide. Make things into cross angles as they try and go for the drop. And you can see that they've got exactly that. Nomad outside the door. If that position gets revealed, you know there's going to be some pressure that comes through from the side of Cans, and he's got to time this right, though. So the team works as a network. 30 seconds. The pressure of time is on FaZe. They're the ones that have to operate, and Wildcard are the ones that have to swing in. You can see the drop on the hatch, the pre-fire of the first bullet. They have an idea on where the players are. The Nomads move their way in from the double door. There's the drop on the shield. The first impact does some damage. They can't quite get the second. The swing comes around. There's the next impact. There's the biggest one of all. Leaves them for a double Kansan.
Yeah, well played from Wildcard. Just needed to sit and wait. They knew that FaZe were always going to be in the disadvantage. And FaZe, I think they may be a little bit worried as the timeout has been called.
I couldn't hear what you said.
Yeah, Africa, yeah.
So, again, those that are listening in and can translate, please feel free to. In towards the chat. Timeout and I can't truly get the grasp, and you may have once again had a little bit.
How dare you assume I don't speak Portuguese?
That's true, actually. Do you want to tell the audience everything that was said?
No.
Okay. Well, maybe you're just
Not
being...
my problem.
You either speak Portuguese and are being rude.
No. No.
Okay.
Learn the language.
All right. I will. I'm on the apps. I'm doing my best. New Year's resolution, friends. And Kansas' New Year's resolution since the timeout has just been to try and kill as many people in Rainbow Six Siege, and it's going pretty good. Obviously, with how this map opened up, as I said it a couple of times, almost pulled off with a Bay ace, and since then got a triple kill. But at the same time, Bay, he's been the opening kill, able to get it down 5 times throughout this game, really keeping the competition on. At the same time, Kansan, who is a big player from the first map, he's got, I think, a lot of his kills over the past couple of rounds, a couple of 2 kills. He's made sure he's had his mark. What a great way to end that one before, but Wildcard have now pushed themselves into a pretty good position. As I said, this was their preferred. The same way it's FaZe's preferred attacking half. They haven't been able to make a landing, but remember where we were on Club, right? They had the timeout. FaZe then won 4 of the next 5 rounds to win the map in its entirety. They do the same here. We've got ourselves in a similar sort of place, and the place might be Cyber right on the side of the site. Just saw a second of a player, and big kill onto Baby Shark, and now that's that alarm going straight past the fire extinguisher. They're watching from the verticality, but Cyber doesn't care what floor you're on. He just wants to put bodies down. There's the trade out, and there's somehow a handy kill with the Souls. Final connection, Cyber Zera.
We've seen it all before from him. No surprise from Cyber, where he just makes the map look like his playhouse. Just walking in by himself, picks up 1, 2, 3, yeah. No problem with Cyber, and I just find it ridiculous how that's just what we're used to.
Yeah.
He picks up a freak, and I'm like, okay, what's the big deal? He does that all the time.
It's just another day in the office,
You
mate.
know, that just shows how much of a goddamn great player he is. Wow. Wildcard stunned there, weren't they? Just didn't really know how to get back into the round once Cyber made that play, and he was just in the heart of the bomb site.
I mean, what a sort of gambit, right? Whether that was the conversation of the timeout, whether it was find opportunities, it's always that conversation that we sort of had when we had Oscar on the cast yesterday, was that some of the team's biggest strength. When you've got teams like G2 or whatever, they'll look for opportunities. They'll look for gaps, and they'll find them. And FaZe, they're sort of in that echelon. They're in that tribe. They're in that group alongside those teams that can find gaps. Cyber has proven. Slipped his way through, and Wildcard, sometimes their defenses are being played into. When you have 3 shields, when you have this approach or that approach, you can see that Wildcard, they're sort of posing questions that FaZe are doing their best to answer. And that was just, I'm going to play a different game. My game is I want to be in the site. Will they get something lucky here? Baby Shark. He's talked about wanting to go for picks before and peeks, and this time up the stairs. It seems like they're pretty aware of it. Oh, Baby Shark, get back in the house, buddy.
Almost. Need to try and keep him alive as well. He's got the 2 L-mines, which would be great to deal with any of those sneaky walk-ups that, again, can happen. We just mentioned about FaZe, the way that they can spot those gaps. So if you maybe look at trying to get those Grismot mines placed somewhere, I'm sure that would help in the longevity. But still just wanting to keep them again. Maybe just fearing that there could be a shield, but we know there's no shield on the side of FaZe. Again, you never know. Overall for FaZe, very step-by-step here at the moment, isn't it? Just,
yeah.
They see the bomb site. I mean, custom's not great. Not great at all. You just kind of take upstairs. You've got full verts, and you've got 2 hatches, and you've got an exterior breach, and you've got a window that goes straight into the site. That's a lot. That's a lot of things that are not in favor for the defensive side.
Well, without being able to get that opening body, they've at least got themselves inside the building, got some control, and obviously this isn't a site that you see all too often.
No.
But you've seen it from Wildcard, and I think they're the only team to have actually played this site across a lot of the stretch. They enjoy sort of stretching their legs.
They've played Hammam, haven't they, in the Fortress game that
Yeah.
they had? So, yeah, they're the very off-the-cuff kind of team. Dangerous team if, you know, they're picking sites like that and think they can work. But, again, it's that pressure that FaZe can start to create. They haven't actually really opened up any of the site walls that moves in towards customs, though. That's maybe something they need to try and rotate souls with that hard breach gadget and open that up. And, oh, Dash! Dashes away, but straight into the arms of Cyber, who picks up 2. He's on it again.
He just makes it so habitual. And it seems his well-practiced route has been putting bodies down. Vidaking might have just missed the mark, but he's about to get potentially a catch as the Solar slips their way past either side. However, they don't know about Vidaking's position yet, so he can try and dig himself a bit closer. Look at the approach. FaZe prowling step by step, ready to just try and rip fangs in towards the defense. Souls from above. The collapse comes once again and enraptures and wraps around them, coils and pulls them apart. Baby Shark was almost the first gone. But with how that ended, he might have wished to avoid the bloodshed and been caught earlier. FaZe tie themselves back up.
Yeah, too easy for FaZe. Too easy for bomb site to attack. I mean, we knew this. It's just not good. It's just not. Just stay away from it if you can. As wildcards have made that mistake and, well, they've been punished for it. I mean, you kind of look at this game now for FaZe. They're starting to come back into it. We've seen this in near the tail end of the last map, where wildcard were 6-5 up and it ended 8-6. So this is the worry for wildcard. FaZe now are building that momentum.
It's, as I said before, the last time the FaZe timeout worked, it got 4 of the next 5 rounds in towards their favor. Here, they've got the opening 2 since the timeout, and it's just a team that knows itself very well, a network of players that understands only the pressures of the game, the conversation, and now all tied up. Now with 2 attack wins in their belt, now with just the game to play ahead of it. As I said, even if we get to Consulate, it's still no easy feat. But wildcards, unfortunately, a bit on the back foot of an unbeaten run at SI26 so far. Again, as the reminder, whoever loses this game is not done. They'll still be at the main stage. They fall to the lower bracket. But we get to confirm one of our first teams in towards that upper bracket final. One of those teams that separates lifting the hammer by only 2 series. And FaZe, they want to get themselves that double down. They want to prove that it isn't a lower bracket that makes a great SI winning team as they proved last time. They just want to show it's the top dog that deserves it. Shield back on the board. Vidaking with the Monty. Just getting the clear over East. And they said it before, they're not great at clearing it, was the words from Wildcard, and we'll see if FaZe have learned a lesson here. They're in this power swing position. They're straight onto Kansan.
Yeah, and Kansan's also got an Elamine in the back pocket, so for Vidaking, needs to be careful. But still, just going to move in and try and bait out. Another Grismok goes off, and another one. I think maybe he dodged that one. I'm not entirely sure. Cyber lurking below. There's a player in Ivor Catwalk beside him. Vidaking actually walks into the line of sight of Baby Shark, who lights him up, and an A from Handy. Kansan bashed up against the wall with that animation. Cyber up behind the Monty. I mean, this is the sword and shield combination, isn't it, right here?
I mean, they are just trying to take force. Baby Shark is able to get Vidaking. They weren't quite aware of his position there. Seemingly get the end and dash from deep drop Cyber. Sword and shield is great, but apparently a gun still statistically better. A 4 versus 3. They get things a little bit slowed down right now as Handy wants to try and pick up that pace, go for the punch on the back. They've got the surround on hopefully the CC position. The Bees go out, but Bay hopped up on the security table, ready for an approach from either side and some support from Dash down on towards the window, down on towards Long. Look at the kit though. Isolated on the walkway. They've got to try and get it recollected, and as Spiker gets himself rotated, he's actually going to find an engagement. Handy fell down the stairs, pulled the player apart, and now a 3 versus 3 demo.
This is doable now for FaZe all of a sudden. 40 seconds left. If they can find another pick and get that man advantage. They can do wonders with it. The drone phase very late on into this round is being attempted. They will spot out Baby Shark, who's in a very difficult position now. Yes, he has that mirror window, but that wall's open up beside him. A great nade to force him out, and KDS will tear him apart as he has to move. That is a massive pick for FaZe now. They lead.
And they might follow. Bay, all that's left here as he gets caught off at the pass, finds the first, looks towards the second, and sprays against the soft, but he didn't expect it. Instead, FaZe cement 3 in a row, but a game of millimeters.
So close to getting that wall bang. Wow. So close. FaZe doing it again. You think wildcard, I mean, this has happened a few times. Wildcard in a great position where they have that man advantage, and then they squander that opportunity. I mean, the big pick was handy, having that read, rotating, picking up the player as he dropped the hatch. It was a great clear out too on the Baby Shark. I mean, using that nade. Great teamwork from FaZe, and yeah, they've got the game now in their hands. That's 3 in a row. And it's pretty much the same thing that happened in Clubhouse. Wildcard in a position where they look as though they've got a good grip in the game, and then FaZe just respond with just a string of rounds in a row.
They always have that potential. They always have that possibility. And although there was a bit of trade all the way to the end here, FaZe just wresting full control probably hurts even more. Takes the wind out of the sails, out of the lungs, out of everything in the pocket to wildcard. And, you know, when you're only a step behind your opponents or a step ahead, you're sort of neck and neck and the race feels exciting. But here, when you turn around and see that the sort of Brazilian Terminator's close and closer and closer still, and now they've passed you, the pace has been unbreakable, unshakable, and you've got to try and find that little bit extra. Could be the Brazilian of their own. Dash was able to obviously have some massive moments before, but Baby Shark, actually, the Frenchman has decided Souls needs to sit out of this round. He's gone, sort of go for broke on a lot of these rounds.
Yeah, that's a big pick, because look at the lineup and look at the way that FaZe are currently shaping their attack. I think they're going to try and go direct and just smoke out the entire bomb site and then use that Thatcher to disable potential Solus and also C4s, so they can't really go for that now unless they want to risk that C4s and Soluses aren't going to be ready to rock and roll to stop this plant.
Ooh, Vidaking takes a little bit of damage on the hop through, isn't quite caught out, and instead Cyber does find Bay. Once again, the great leveler has made his mark, and KDS pushes it one step further, a 4 versus 3. Cyber does go down, though. Spiker with the crossfire in the middle of the Lion charge. They've got themselves leveled up, but there's always that extra little bit of pressure. Where's he going to poke from next? Where's the probe? Where's the push? And where's the next player to be found? Handy is almost that one. Good out outside the double door, but KDS gets dash, hops in, hops out, job done. But look at the kit demo on the far side. They might try and sneak it in on towards the A site. There's a bit of verticality to watch, but with the shield on his back, if he can just find a pocket, they're going to force the players to have to even open up fresh or go for the pressure. Handy has the coverage. And now, as the plant is being put together and Spiker is suffering a C4 delivered to nobody, a post plant with a Monty against a team like FaZe, those reigning champs. One more gets knocked towards the side and confirmed by Spiker. 30 seconds, but the pressure on the hatch. They're watching. They're not giving him any ground. They're sort of forcing the motion down the stairs. There's a drone that will tell all in a novella. They really would be happier to not read. 18 seconds and Amonte on the kit makes the statement, I'm watching you, do your best. Pulls his way round, tries to probe the fight at this point, 10 seconds. And although he can do a little bit, those reigning champs that ran the lower bracket last year, this time they've shown a stronger hand demo. This time they'll stay in that upper bracket. This time they'll go to that upper bracket final. And this time it'll take more than a wild card to beat their stacked deck.
FaZe, job done, 2-0. Win confirmed, they keep it moving in that upper bracket. Wild card. Made a good effort, but I just think too many squandered chances in this series. Wildcard put up one heck of a game, but this is the difference. Whenever you're in a positions where you can close out rounds, you need to close them out. Because whenever you're against teams of this level and this caliber of phase, they will punish you if you don't take those opportunities.
Wild card, obviously. Still within, still with a fight. They've obviously still got that potential challenge. Where will they get themselves next? Will be the lower bracket, obviously. There's always still game for them to play. There's always still the potential. There's always still more on the board for a team that, as you've said, have done so much. But everyone has to take a knock at SI. No one's ever really made it clean, and, well, it won't be clean for wildcard phase. Oh, the performance, obviously, throughout the map. You can see the moment there was a timeout. You can visualize how powerful the team rallied back on towards it, and just dominant phase.
Yeah, this is the DNA of phase, isn't it? Whenever they have that sniff, they go on a run. And I mean, Handy is the MVP of the game. He was the highlight player. We mentioned him before we went into this series and how well he's played. And look, again, everyone from FaZe, I just think, are so talented. It's so difficult to pick who is the best player on this side. I think probably with the history and the legacy he's had, I think a lot of people would naturally go to Cyber, wouldn't they? For me, it's Souls1. That's my favorite player in the team, and he always has been. Just love the way he plays. But obviously for Handy, I mean, just like his brother, just like his twin, those two. It's crazy. I mean, it's not often you see as well him and his brother, the twins, perform at such a high level, because we know how good Fury are as well.
We do. And, well, we know how good these teams will all continue to be. But after our break, we get to send one more team home. So stay tuned.
Reinforce off these two walls here. This would be a flex wall. We're gonna put it like this, just say that it's like a flex. I don't know, I'm gonna do that. Then positioning, we'd have the two brow play here with the C4 and like the DMR. He could play between like weed, like the metal areas, what we call it. So we can either react to that or the weed wall based off what they're doing. We'd start the Valk. I'll just put it right here so it's easy to see on that side. And then we'd have the Fenrir as the last guy. He'd be here, contesting for tools side, really kind of being a menace over there. And this guy as well, like when they're trying to go for that tools wall, I'd have these zombie pressed up unless there's lower pressure, like trying to contest off that door, just be a menace a little bit. Not really looking for a pick, but looking to delay time.
Basically for the start, we can put it like that. So I would put him like around these windows. So if we need help to hold or whatever, he will be rotate. If your Azami really fall back and manage to, like I think it would be around here, right?
She'd be like all the way back. I'd put her like right here probably.
So like the things how it would go as well, like once we take like the control of garage, I would put maybe the Capitan around this area, just to hold this position. Normally they place our jabs and rotate out for the door to help onto the push. I think we would put the Ing here to be playing into the main breach, but it depends on the green take. Like if you're trying to force too much the green take, I would put like the Ing here to come to try to help. But if it's like you're just giving away, trying to fall it back, I would just keep the Ing there. So like if you guys are just falling back to hold into power positions, I would say that the Deimos can come from below as well to try to help. And as I said, this Hibana here, it will be like a flex. I don't really count on her. It's more to get the Clash attention. If Clash is still here, it's
that's
good.
The biggest thing. I would want the Clash to rotate over play Ivy. Is like what I'd want originally.
Yeah, so if like the Clash goes back into this side, I would put this Hibana to try to sneak in and play.
And the playing back here is ideally what it'd be.
And then after like dealing with the Clash over here, I think this guy would be already played. So it's like he won his fights as well, or he lost, and then we got the control of this area kind of, and we just crossed.
That's assuming nobody dies early.
Yeah.
Or just swings and gets killed, you know.
Exactly.
Because that's what happens a lot of times in our game.
Like making the capital fire over there, and then explode it.
I'm gonna go call out for this.
I still have the flashes from Hibana.
You do.
It could go either way, frankly.
It could go either way. Very, very close.
Yeah.
Maria with a cake. You know what time it is. Birthday time. Today is Twister's birthday. Let's go. Cadê ele? Where is him? Where is him? Ô, Twister, chegou o teu momento. He didn't notice me. Ô, Twister, todo mundo? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Twister. Happy birthday to you. Woo! Vai. Woo! So, boa. I'm not gonna ask you your wish because it might be to lift a hammer, but you are doing so great in secret, so that might happen.
Yeah, exactly. I think like in the moment right now, the team is just flowing, so I'm very happy with the results. And for sure, if I have one thing to ask, it's just the biggest achievement of my career. What is that?
Sure, you have won all of your games, also Flux, and you are playing against them today. It might be a gift to also win over them.
Exactly. If we win today against them, I think it's a good showing for the team to go through groups without a single loss, and also to boost the confidence of the group for the playoffs. So yeah, a big gift.
Who should be more worried, you or them?
Who should be more what, sorry?
Worried.
Worried. I think Dan right now, they had like a few shaky games, but I still think it will be a good game. Maybe even a 3 maps game, but we might get it.
Let's not talk about game. Just like you have some lunch. What is the gift you're gonna give him for his birthday?
A win.
So beautiful, so beautiful. Happy birthday, Twister.
Every Six Invitational final is a storm of pressure, a clash of tension. They leave a mark that doesn't fade.
Boston, are you ready? The Six Invitational 2025 begins now!
We need to want it, CSI. We need to want it. Mas eles vão arrancar tudo. Tudo deles hoje.
Everybody always talks about being mentally prepared for a game. And no one really knows what that looks like.
Especially that pressure of SI. As a player, that eats you up.
Everything is possible. Let's go, guys. Let's go, guys. Let's fucking go.
Signs in the sky and the stars around us fade to black. Running through the night and there's nothing that can hold us back. Just feel the thunder in my heart till the lights go out. If I go down into the dark, won't be turning now. I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you. Of disguise, we're becoming something more tonight. Just feel the thunder in my heart till the lights go out. If I go down into the dark, won't be turning now. I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you. Like you, you. When I'm human just like you, I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you.
god, Anne, fast Anne. Oh my god, can you please sign this photo? Can you please sign this photo?
You pulled this off my, what is it?
No.
No, I see the hand on it. This is not from me. You had someone else involved in this.
Fast Mama and Fast Colin.
Oh my, you reached out to my mom for this as well? And okay, well, yeah.
But
this is,
can you tell us about this look? It's a strong look.
Yeah. You know these sunglasses, the Miu Miu, like, or the whatever brand it is, sorry, glasses that are in right now? I feel like I was setting a trend with that back in the day already.
This is very similar to the photo shoots that we've done for the production so far.
Yeah, so I was planning ahead of time, I think. When I was probably like, how old would I be here? 2, 3 maybe?
I thought about 11 or 12, but
no.
maybe.
Alright, okay.
If you could please sign it, we need to,
Yeah. What are
really
you going to do with this?
Keep them definitely.
Okay.
I'm a really big fan.
You going to hang it above your bed?
Yeah.
Then I will sign
I've got a whole wall.
Alright.
Thank you so much, Anne. I love your work. Thank you so much.
So the Goyo Armory, Wamai in long, box rotate, headers armory, people to see, headers, I will put like this, but it's basically headers and rotate. And about the utility, the Wamai is playing around E, so he's putting the Wamai for himself. The recruit is putting wire on metal and wire in stairs in case like a square.
So Ash is going to spawn here, and it's going to throw an Ash here on the table, because you can break the Goyo, like if you throw an Ash. So really fast, he's going to throw this Ash and already break the Goyo. Glass is going to come here with the Blitz to do the plant, and Thatcher is here on the window. Ash comes here and break the other Goyo on the window. And then Ash is going to enter below with the drone that Capitan that's going to play here is looking for her. She enters below, placed there. Just to guarantee the C4s and stuff like that. And on the time of the plant, she's going to climb the metal stairs.
Yeah.
Glass is going to smoke here with the Blitz, so 4 smokes. They're just going to spam smokes. And Glass is going to come here, push, and kill the guy doing C4, maybe kill the guy in armor as well. Capitan is going to throw a fire here on this position, that's very common, and a fire here. Ash is going to push the stairs, and Blitz is going to plant right here because it's not really common. And if the guy can't throw a C4, but you have Thatcher, so it's pretty hard, maybe Blitz is going to tank it. So that's it.
The next one. I mean, that's actually really good. And I guess when the Ash is destroying the Goyo, you just open his door, you open the other side, so you basically can't guess you will do this. And then after the Ash pushing up metal, if you don't expect this, then the round is literally over from there. We don't have smoke, we don't have warden, we are dead. So yeah, no, I think by far it's Philippines.
Thank you, bro. You won this time.
Welcome back here on Towards the B stream for one last dance, one last showdown, and one more team to confirm for the main stage. Ooh, it is exciting, Demo.
I mean, we had a great game earlier where it was obviously teams who we knew were going to be on main stage. Now this is where it gets real. This is for a spot on the main stage for Team Secret and Weibo. Also, don't forget, there is another game with the exact same limitations over in the A stream.
Yeah, Flukes OW7M versus SSG. So, who are we going to see fall? Now, there's obviously different weights, different expectations, and different modicum of hammer lifters. But here in this showdown, I think everybody just feels the hammer and the weight of pressure. One team, Team Secret, has obviously found major success earlier on this year at an international event and has been battling as much as they can. An EML hope that's sort of gone from strength to strength to strength. But Are they about to turn into a pumpkin, or can the Cinderella story carry on for the rest of the event until they go, oh no, I've always had this dress. This isn't magic, this is just hard work.
Team Secret, very impressive yesterday. We know that against G2 and what was a cracking game of Siege. But Team Secret just had that little bit of an edge, and overall, I mean, the team, we've seen that rise where Secret, for a good number of years, struggled inside of their own region. And then we finally start to see a bit of a reward. Now, whenever we're talking about big teams and big regions, this, in my opinion, has been the best APAC side for the past 2 years. And it's not even a contest.
Yeah, I think it's very fair to sort of say, and they get to prove it, right? With the run that they've had, with the games that they've been able to put together, with the performances they've got themselves leveled in. And here, Mowgli versus Reaps, there's two players that are probably very happy to have their names as that first echelon. Mowgli, we know what he can do with that entry role, the damage he can cause when he gets hyped up, and Reaps, well, we've seen what he can do across the past 2 years, Demo.
I mean, Mowgli was an animal yesterday in that G2 game.
Yeah.
He held no prisoners. That was the one thing about Mowgli. But Reaps, this guy, I absolutely love. Obviously, the sensitivity is what he's known for and how crazy of a sense it is. But I'm telling you, the kid can play Siege, and yeah, Reaps, that's the man to watch. That's the guy you need to be careful of if you're Team Secret.
Well, where will we go? Obviously, these two teams met each other not too long ago at a major, and here, Lair, Border, and Chalet, one of those maps, will be the same as that showdown at Border. It was played in a 2-0 of Secret against Weibo at the major a couple of months back. They're going to see if they can try and get a bit of revenge, but before that, we've got Secret's Lair for them to creep their way through.
Yeah, Lair, a bit of a mixed bag for both sides throughout the year. Have had wins, have had losses. So it's not as though we're kind of going into the territory where you're dealing with, you know, maps like Bank, for example, which we know would massively lean in favor of a team like Team Secret. So, yeah, I think pretty neutral ground here at the moment.
Well, neutral ground will turn into a bloodlust and a bit of a fight. This is obviously not where we're going. We are going to be heading in towards Lair. We just wanted to trick you. And we'll get ourselves one step closer. But before that, before anything, let's waste no more time and see what lurks in Lair. And I know I've said it a couple of times, but breathe. Breathe to Secret fans, breathe to, well, any fans of teams in the APAC region. Obviously, we're looking at now this bracket where FaZe and Falcons have got themselves seats in the upper bracket final. Then you've got Wildcard still flying that American flag, and SSG doing their best to fight for it on the other screen, but they've at least got one team confirmed. Weibo are all that is left of APAC here at SI 2026, and it is do or die.
Massive opportunity here for Weibo here today to make an impact, can get to the main stage, which, as we know, for this side, they've never done that as far as I'm aware in terms of main stage at Invitational. So yeah, it would be pretty big for Weibo. But for Secret, we know the capabilities of this team. I would say the favorite in this matchup, just because of the pedigree that they have. They've been able to win competitions. So I think for Team Secret, yeah, should come in as the favorites. So I think Weibo, as I suppose most APAC teams are, playing as that punchy underdog.
Well, punchy underdogs is sort of a story that they've made, but how does the history play against recent SIs? I had a quick word with the APAC legend himself, James Devmara. And sort of last year, top 12 for CAG. Year before, top 8 for Bliss. Year before, unfortunately, only top 20. All of the teams went home early. Then 22, top 12, 21, top 16. The last time an APAC team got a top 6 finish was 2020 with Fnatic and 2019 with Nora Rengo. So it would be the first time in half a decade. If Weibo win this, that APAC will be able to breach that top echelon, get themselves on towards the main stage. And it starts on their opponent's map, and it starts with Hoven trying to see if he can have a go inside Ops. He's obviously got the hatch to drop down. He can find himself safety, but you can see that there's some players moving underneath. They want to try and get the catch on him. It's Doom. Here's the Buck sort of making a statement, and at this point they'll have to either try and slip their way across or find the fight, or just try and tuck himself to some semblance of safety. The Buck doing his best to open up the pressure. They've still not forced him out. There's some of these keepers buying himself a bit of safety, but where can he go? What can he do? There's a trade out. Noah does get one, but Speakeasy gets Noah right back. Almost gets the head of the Buck, but Doom just keeps moving.
Yeah, this is a very hotly contested area, as expected. On this top floor, holding in towards Ops for as long as they can. And you can see that they've got that smoke and that Tachanka, and we know that the defense on this top floor bomb site is very, very strong with the denial that you can utilize in the later stages of it. They're going to be using the smokes and the Tachanka in and around the mid-game. So they're just going to try and stall them out of the building entirely if they can. Speakeasy going aggressive now, moving deeper in towards Ops and looking for that engagement. It is going to be the shield of Savage, who actually has rotated away now, so perhaps a switch up here from Secret, realizing that we can't go up through Rocket. We can't get ourselves in a position where the Tachanka is going to be null and void. And look at this, a ping, a drone has been left, and almost the Tachanka gets picked off, but Speakeasy is out of there. But like I said, it's that rotate. Maybe they're thinking about going back because they do have a bit of information on where the Tachanka is, but they need to get a move on, Secret. 30 seconds left.
That's it. 30 seconds. They've got to try and push the pedal to the metal. There's still a lot of work to be done. Mowgli's prepped up on the door, but look how empty B is. They can just try and move in towards the site. The players have entirely forgone it. They're going to see if they can try and find the swing out fight elsewhere, and Reaps gets Doom on the back, but in the meantime, they've taken over the site itself. Here, Demo. They're going to go for the plant. There needs to be some pressure from Weibo. Just have a response towards what is otherwise an entirely unknown take. There's a very scrappy fight that goes away from them. A 2 versus 3. But as Savage slips his way out to the safety of Art Window, they're having to hop in and offer some support. He's down! And Reaps. He was our comparison at the start.
Let's go, let's go.
And he's setting the bar high with a triple.
Very good.
Really good start for Weibo. Really good start. Obviously playing with that heavy denial in the early stages of that round, using the Tachanka, using the smoke. And I mean, there was definitely a period where Secret didn't really know what they wanted to do. Didn't want to go in towards Ops. There was just too much going on. They thought maybe we could go back and pick them up with a Buck.
And try to like make a play very on us, like try to like get more involved, like either take a gap on your side of the map or just play, or like I'll just come with us, you know, because if they want to control side so aggro, and they're gonna give others other gaps on the map, you know, like they have to.
They're there from Savage. Wants them to make more plays, look for the gaps, look for the opportunities. He's got the players to do so. I mean, it's not often Mowgli misses an opportunity like that.
No.
That was a big kill, of course. Allowed Weibo to have that man advantage for the retake.
Weibo get the first. But it's obviously going to be a long series. There's two teams, as I said before, they have met. They've both made marks and made their own on the international stage of this year. They've got themselves competitive. And here, Weibo, they're able to just get that first one locked down. Again, with the style of how things piece together, right? With looking at how there was the opportunity striking. It's something that we've talked about with Secret a lot. Obviously, we cast them in within the region. They're always a team that tries to find opportunities. They're always a team that tries to find avenues to drive in towards the site. And here, that was maybe a bit of a bait of play. You said it at the start. These two teams, Demo, they've got similar styles in some manners.
Yeah, the map preferences are very similar for Weibo, but apart from a couple of outliers, mostly being the bank, for example. But hey, I think Secret's always going to be the preferred team on a bank, no matter who they come up against after the way they dismantled G2 as well to knock them out. But certainly whenever it comes to Lair, again, both teams having that mixed result. It's a good map, it's a bad map, just depends on the day, really. It's like the weather, forever changing. But a minute gone. Not a lot has happened across the map. Secret working through the motions of a large roam clear. Again, it's Lair. It's a big map. We know that it takes time to clear everything out. But, of course, looking at their operator selection, double self-destruction, they want to get in, use that verticality as best as they can. I mean, don't think Weibo's doing a massive hold apart from just kind of the staircases at the moment. And speaking of the staircase, I think one player has just been obliterated on said staircase with an aid.
Yeah, look at that. The second follows suit. There goes Hoven, there goes Reaps, and there goes your Smokes. And, well, the Goyo's probably already done his job, but still, no trade, no contest from the side here of Secret. They went for a similar play, but the other way around, it's a bit of an upside-down take, and you can see that the Clash is trying to make friends. Speakeasy swings up yellow with some support coming from Arpe. They're going to see if they can maybe try and get a body, but almost a bit of a pinch. But now they know Clash is isolated. Doom can get Arpe on the cover. The Clash is just a sitting duck. And Turd, alone in a 1 versus 5 with about a minute, and pretty much all the utility, because they haven't really used it, but at this point they can just try and charge down. Noah,
nice.
All right.
Let's go.
Okay.
Wasn't perfect.
I was going to say.
He killed his teammate. Can't be perfect.
Perfect.
9.5 out of 10.
It's part of the plan. You don't understand. It's part of the plan. So I said they also met, obviously, at the Major. They did meet at EWC as well, slightly earlier on in the year, where Secret, as we said before, have been able to claim their prize on an international stage. And that as well was a 2-0 for Secret. This has been a team that has twice stumped Weibo's approach and their progression throughout it. We talk about the teams that haunt Secret. Well, maybe secrets are what Weibo really dislike. 1-1, traded a piece. And to be fair, it felt a little bit simple for points at Secret. They set themselves up. They know, again, how well each other plays. They know how each other likes to play. They're pushing towards what they were holding, the pressure they could try and apply. And it was just sort of the limitation. It was just the, oh, well, we know they're going to make this move. We've got this cup. They were able to pick up the smoke as well quite early. And it'll be that, I think. It'll be that as it develops throughout this series.
So the very swift rotation from the bottom floor into the basement. Now we head in towards the fun bomb site of that mid floor. Always the guessing game of what's the attack going to be. We've seen it done plenty of times before where teams will want to go direct, try and scam their way into the bomb site using the sense, using smokes, using whatever they can. But there is still always that element of trying to take above. And, I mean, based on the operator selection of Secret, I think maybe the roam clear could be good for them. You've got the Ying, you've got the Grim. So, in terms of pressuring that top floor, yeah, it's there in abundance. Savage can lead the charge with the shield. The only thing you have to be careful of course, if you are Savage on these shields is, I mean, look, if you're obviously a team who wants to play in towards those shields, they're going to bring traps. You know, your opponents are going to try and counter that.
You can see they're just trying to find a bit of space. And this is a site where obviously holding on towards green. Keeping that back line is something that you expect to be pushed regardless of the take, whether it's something that starts across the top as it is, the blinds roll out, they peel back or not. You're expecting the anchor player on the back, but it's actually Mowgli that suffers a bit as Turd suffers back. It's back and forth, but Noah finds the end of the first player, and there's actually a rotate coming around the bottom of the rocket stairs. There's a Blackbeard under pressure, but Mowgli is the release valve. Takes the header for one. The plant's being confirmed. Speakeasy has to pay attention to what is going on above the site. Doesn't even... Oh, just stops it in time. Seconds away, Doom inside the smoke. But with the utility dumps now, no more smoke canisters. They'll just have to operate with what they've got. Big utility dump. They did take 2 bodies. They do have this man advantage. They have to try and play the trade on the sole players remaining above. He's doing his best, but he can't quite do enough. Mowgli is down, but Savage keeps pushing. Now it's split. Now it's Reaps alone. And a minute, again a minute, a cursed minute for Weibo to survive in a 1 versus 5.
Oh, Reaps. How have you got yourself into this then, buddy, eh? 1v5, DMR. Good for 1. That's it. Noah. Easy cleanup.
Oh, if there wouldn't have been the fucking bulletproof. Oh my god. The way I killed the guy who killed.
So, Doom's theory there was a bulletproof that stopped him getting his plant down, and to be fair, we saw how close it was. credit to the defenders for being able to find that, but there was just so much pressure above getting that first body, and then the second follow through as well, and the attempt to flank Rocket stairs. It just shows how aware Secret are.
What I love as well, what I've noticed in a lot of the kind of little moments where we've been able to hear the team, some people be talking about, you know, this and this and this, and every time Mowgli's like, did you see how I killed him? Did you see how I killed this guy? He's like the little brother who wants to go, look what I've did. That's great, Mowgli. Well done.
Watch me dive. Watch me dive. I mean, 2-1 Secret on their attack here on Lair. This was their map, but you worry when you're looking at Border as the follow-through. You worry that it's the map that they've played before, that Secret won as the second map in a sort of 2-0. And you worry with this continuing. It's teams that, you know, as we said, they've sort of been back and forth. Lair itself, statistically, it's kind of even. The problem is when you look at Weibo, their attack falls off a bit, but at the same time, so does Secret's defense. Their rate is only a 30% success. So they're desperately going to try and get themselves those 4 rounds on this half and just buy themselves not only that safety net for where they've fallen apart in what is a 3-3 even split, but also get themselves that little bit of momentum. They beat Space Station on it, obviously, in this tournament, but lost to G2, lost to M80.
That's the ban from Secret, the Tachanka. Caused Savage a big old headache with trying to get into the building. He had that aggressive Tachanka behind the shield, denying access to the ops door, the only way in. And oh dear, look at that. Speakeasy has had a tumble. The air jab came in and Savage collects an easy pick. That's a great start. The clash gone, and we know how strong that operator is whenever it comes to holding top mez. That is a dream start if you're Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, great pinch, great use of utility, and the perfect person to remove from the equation to make it a little bit more simple maths. Noah finds Reaps as well, and Weibo just being shut down every which way. Secret at this point, they can take control of the walkway, they can pose themselves up alongside the side of the site. Obviously, this is the place where things started in one direction, and Arpe is going to see if he can try and just get things leveled back up. But Savage is about to try and make a friend. There's the reveal and the you got to get out of here. Forced up the stairs to 4 versus 3. Almost a even hand as a sort of razor bloom pops onto 1, but Arpe pops the other way, gets the head of the shield off. Screamed his way upstairs and right into trouble. Secret, the advantage they've had has filtered away. No more verticality, no more shield.
Oh dear, an issue for Secret. Ape causing a lot of problems. Went for that flank, but the fact he's been able to pick up Savage, that shield, that driving force, who just wants to bully their way into this round. And somehow has also been able to escape. But I think for Secret, they're not too bothered now because they know they're still in a position where they can try and work a plant. There's no denial that we can see from Weibo. The only problem is this guy behind the desk. We know these Azamir barriers can just make this a nightmare to try and attack.
Especially without the buck underneath to try and clear as they've done before. They've got to take this laterally. They've got to try and drive through the player. Mowgli takes a bit more damage. They've got the breach open. We saw some impact play against it, but it's just waiting time, wasting time, waiting the utility there. Keeps the pressure on. He's still got one in pocket as well. Adrian suffers the next little blow. More razor blooms, more problems, and, well, more of that bleed out, that debuff that now exists. Mowgli took a step too far, and Hoven locked him out the office. And with only 6 seconds left, he's sprinting in with the pistol to a certain doom. Leveled up, but they've only made it their mark on one site.
Winning the top floor again.
Again, like that round, we're just going on to the nose. I don't want nose. It's the same thing. Someone is getting played on, or we're trying to make a punch, just do it. Like, we could have jumped in bathroom there, and we could have pushed guys, just do it. If we play all at the same time, it's going to be a free game. If we are hesitants, like we are scared to play, we are like overthinking, don't overthink, guys, just destroy them. We have a plan there.
Being defused by attackers.
Don't overthink.
Don't overthink.
Don't hesitate.
Just do it.
Destroy them. They'll try.
Put it on a t-shirt.
They'll try, but look, like I said, dream start for Secret. got to be closing that out. And I mean, Ape obviously just has to make a play. Able to pick up June, because he had to run away from the Razor Bloom. And then that kill was the kicker. Nothing to remove the player in behind the desk. We knew that was always going to end in tears for Secret.
Yep.
But you mentioned Weibo, only good for the 2 sites, and they're not allowed to go back there again.
That's it. I said they were sort of angling for the 4T, but at this point, with this sort of situation, Secret, with that conversation, as brief as we heard it, they need to just have a bit more confidence in themselves. We saw Mowgli sort of get in the site and then take a passive angle with the hope. Weibo aren't going to just sit there. Weibo are going to swing. They will look for engagements as much as anybody does. They thrive in them with the players that they have. And Secret need to make sure that they just don't give room to that sort of play style before they find themselves, as I said, on their worst half on this map. Weibo, well, they're statistically better on their defense, but it's making things connect. Remember last time they sort of got picked apart a little bit here. And then they tried to get aggressive, get a bit of revenge. Ooh, didn't quite get the utility there. We saw the Razor Blooms do 2 little decent chunks of damage before. Obviously, she got the changes, the buffs, just before we came into this tournament. Her pick rate has absolutely skyrocketed, because before it was 0. So the only way was up.
Activating drone.
All quiet again in that first minute. For Secret, different approach instead of the vertical game, which worked out really well for them. Looks to be more of a horizontal take. You can see them all scattered around, and here we go. Ingo Savage popping the nade to get rid of the shield. He will, however, be slowed down, though, with that Razor Bloom. He's going to have to wait for a while until he gets his legs back.
Oh, Noah and Doom find their cross, and that leaves Arpe in a bit of a sticky situation. Friends with a Blackbeard with a grenade, and no friends come to save his life. Arpe and Reaps get one apiece, but he has hit the floor, and the retake doesn't quite work. Reaps toe-to-toe with a Blackbeard who turns his back. It's a 2 versus 1. They're either side there, and you can see the pings come out, but where does he go? There's a minute, and he's somehow found a rotate. He's somehow found safety. Oh, and he's somehow misthrown it. He wants to try and hit this, buy himself a second to recapitulate, replace, and reassess. In the meantime, Noah and Mowgli, they've doubled up. They're droning, they're rechecking. There's at least a Goyo on the floor here that they can use to try and buy themselves a bit more time if they want to peel back, but they're going to double up pressure here on this side. Try and take him by surprise round the side, hit it immediately after the fire, and you can see he's repositioned once again. There's one, but he can't quite get there.
Good shit, guys. Good shit. Let's go. Perfect, the trade game. Step by step, guys. Step by step. Let's go.
Oh. 1v2 almost for Reaps. The important thing there from Secret was they doubled up together. Reaps was not expecting both of them to run through the same door, and that's what's caught him by surprise. He thought, oh, I've picked up one, now I come back, I reload, I pivot, I get set for the 1v1. No, they're already on you straight away. You heard there from Secret, step by step. That has really been, I think, their motto for the majority of the games that they went for, especially that's been the game plan from Twister. That's what he's tried to push onto his team.
Step by step. And that puts them at least guaranteed an even half. As I said, with the stats, they'll probably want to get themselves at least one more before they turn themselves over. And, you know, you're looking at always, we've talked about how Border was this map they played before. There's always work to be done. There's always work to be done in terms of the performance, how maps can grow, in terms of a team's play style, how they like to sort of get themselves locked in. The layers that we've had from these two teams throughout this tournament, Furia dispatched Weibo on it, 7-4, and Weibo in that time were only able to get one attack on their second half. In the same breath, Secret, they were able to sort of push Space Station Gaming aside 7-3, but most of that was on the attack. It was a 5-1 attacking half, and then, you know, struggled a little bit with their defense, but got there in the end. There's always elements of each other's game they'll have responses to. For all they know about each other, for all we've said there's similarities, that means those differences, that Where's Wally of violence that they can sort of pull apart of each other's strategies with analysts and such. they'll stand out even brighter. But 3-2. Almost a clutch there for Reaps. Not to be found. And instead, you look at the sort of side. Noah's obviously having a great game, off to a great start here for a backline player, for not usually the name that leads in. But I think he was also the MVP when these two teams met internationally in the middle of the year in Riyadh.
Again, just a different approach once more from Secret. Bringing the Brava in, not looking for that same kind of shield gameplay that we've been used to so far for Secret. So it is just about, I think, gap spotting here for Savage. I think that's why he switched over to the Brava, see if he can hack a bit of utility, and then that opens things up. You know, if you get rid of a Banshee in the right place at the right time, a lot of chaos can ensue after that. But Savage just gaining good information, not seeing much. Noah with an opening pick. 8-3 now is where he sits. I think if somebody just had a swing, if somebody had a peek, yeah, more or less. I mean, that would have been Reaps holding an angle onto that breach, but he's been picked off because of that.
Oh, I mean, he's a player that's all or nothing, right? We know what Reaps can do. We know what he's done for the roster, and we also know what Turd can do as well. Ape out the building. Takes the head off of Adrian, and in a fell swoop, they've removed the Ying, the Candelas. They've removed whatever else was in the pocket of the Ace, and yeah, they've still got hard breach. They can still get the site opened up, but now they're going to try and push above in a 3 versus 4 situation. Self-blind in hopes that they can sort of blind luck themselves to a kill, but they're not having any of it. They're going to put the pressure on themselves, force him further back, and double up. In the meantime, the players are Secret, very spread out. Doom's alone on the backside of the site, holding on towards green, waiting and hoping. Savage cuts himself against Ops. And Mowgli stuck on the stairs, and it's actually Doom. The surprise of Doom keeps perpetually punishing teams that go against him. A balanced swap, a 4-3-2. And with 30 seconds, they can start trying to hunt down the last.
Oh, he's been spotted. Turd. They know where he is, and the only way he can go is to try and fight them. That's not going to happen. And a 1v3 for Hoven, who he's getting lit up in the middle of the bomb site. Looking towards the hatch, trying to cover up some of the holes from above him. But with 10 seconds, you can see Secret now starting to slowly inch their way. And Hoven has a peek, fires an impact. They need to try and find him. Secret. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, a down. Oh! No way! Hoven! How?
Let's go, guys.
Back up against the wall, and he just keeps firing the punches. Secret. How? How?
You can never count them out. You can never count them out. The team, the players at this level, and the region couldn't have danced a finer dance to a more deadly, quick tempo song. Couldn't have had less but enough to work with. The Kiba cover, the play of the impactor down, the player on the door, the limitations of space. We saw the rotate to green. We saw the opportunity attempts. And we saw a man pull off a clutch they write about in storybooks.
It just makes no sense. I can't make heads or tail of it.
Here it was. I mean, how the round started and sort of set itself up. Doom just getting the 2, the man trapped, as I said. So he had that, he'd got the down, they'd gone for the swing, and they just couldn't time it. And it almost ties back to what we overheard Secret talk about and Savage saying, we just need to go in.
I felt like that during parts of that round, where people looked very timid in terms of how they went about things. Even Mowgli and Rocket Stairs, you know, was just a little bit, should I push, should I not?
Yep.
Very hesitant in terms of what he wanted to do. I mean, he wasted 2 flashbangs, and he didn't really get any value out of it.
An even half. For how seemingly at points Secret have held onto the control or not. And for how the question was, can Weibo make it stick on a second site? The answer was almost no. But the answer was almost no a couple of times. Because there was also the, almost Reaps clutch the round before. They've just got a sort of foot on the gas and they're ready to send the car if they need to. but now it's the pressure the other side of it. As I said before, recency bias is that Secret aren't quite as sharp on their defense here. And that's going to be something Weibo can try and put the pressure on towards. The difference is, have they already, had a bit of a mental swap? Is 3-3 enough for Secret in their own heads a little? Time will tell. It's always the sort of risks and the runarounds. When you look at the grander, wider scheme, in terms of the defensive win rate, Secret, one of the best teams in the tournament, 3rd best, but do you know who the best attackers are? It's Weibo, highest attack success rate of any team at SI 26. Now it's time for them to prove it.
Big old half coming up. Secret need to try and respond after that last round. They'll be kicking themselves thinking, should have been a 4-2. Jum. Now that is a sneaky position. Thrown inside the lobby. Reception? Jum, is that a new job for you? The receptionist? Is that what we're calling him?
Well, Arpe's scared of the intensity of the fire, and fair play falls back. They don't have that watch from underneath, and a C4 will sort of make that swing on that door so much more dangerous. So now, as soon as they pass, they've got to make sure nobody's underneath. They've got to make sure Doom isn't holding onto the angle. Oh, that's one way of doing it. Locks him down from the door, but with a minute 10, they still haven't got themselves into walkway. The cross breach still isn't open. There's no pressure on green. Fine, the Yoss is set up, but it only takes, a single sort of swing round a side of the C4 to get the lock on, and then there's always fire you can bounce. No impacts for destruction, but the way they've set up inside the site is, I think it's fair to call, pretty aggressive. Built himself a corner and hoping that they can hold on, but 50 seconds. Weibo, where will they circle this?
Well, they're still making the holes in towards the site, and just bear in mind who has the diffuser. Speak easy on that Ossa, so ideally he wants to get himself into position where he can place the shield and then simply go for the plant. Noah, big old pick. That's the art player dead, who we know is great at cutting out the rotations.
Just drove in from the open breach to 2 versus 1. Suddenly, they've been able to get themselves back round, but they don't have the kit. And that's that main problem with 14 seconds and Savage putting themselves in the 1 versus 1. The C4 over the top almost does enough, but round the side of the Kiba, around the back of the plant. Savage, he's got himself close, but he holds it perfectly. Well practiced, 2 seconds, 1 second. Just has to sprint the divide, and he can get there in time. Savage clutches it out for Secret.
Good shit. Let's go. You're too good, Savage. You're too good, bro.
Patience promises results. He knew how to play that. The C4 over the top, almost getting the kill. He isn't going to throw away utility, isn't going to risk things and try and go for those sneaky plays. It's the 1 versus 1 and time, eventual time. It ticks for all of us. But the attackers always suffer it first. Secret, they've done what the defenders have been able to do this game, which is to win that site.
That's the response that Secret needed. Answer a clutch from your opponent with your own clutch. Perfectly played by Savage. Great 1v2. Plays the time well in the 1v1. That gets Secret riled up now, ready for this half.
Let's see, though, if there can be a change of fate here as well. I mean, the fact that Weibo almost pulled it back from losing that opening body, they trade it and then they lose the art player and just sending it in on the open breach. It's that sort of confidence. It's that sort of confidence Secret were missing when they talked about it themselves. Never shy, Weibo.
Chewbacca's making an appearance on the cast today.
Will they go a bit direct? They've got the Monty. Obviously, we haven't really talked about the bans too much. Capitao is a big force operator for some of these approaches as well.
Yeah, it's just util dump operators, isn't it? Still, of course, things that Weibo can bring to the party. You've got Ying up. Glaz is going to be locked in by Turd. There's another one of those operators.
With 6 smokes.
Quite a lot to go through. Echo is going to be a bit of an issue, though, for them, especially with that Monty speakeasy. Has to be careful of those yokai drones. But good early information, getting the drones in, and now they can send in the drone that does a little bit of damage with the Twitch, and has to be careful because there is a man waiting for the Twitch drone. Unfortunate for Weibo to not make that happen. The Yokai drone from Adrian, it stays alive for the meantime. Just Mowgli being there, that presence was enough.
It's like a horror game, and there's that echo, and there's Noah, and there's that echo, and oh no, being battered back and forth. Noah did take a lot of damage, but they've now lost that hard breach. They have lost that route in towards the side itself, and suddenly these walls have become so much more ominous because it's narrow doorways. You're looking at Locker's door, you're looking at the door onto Cargo.
And you look at the operator that they're still in play. You have Doom on that Goyo. The canisters being placed on said doorways. It creates those bottlenecks, those choke points, which are so difficult to deal with.
And he's an operator who can do this. Go adventuring above. Now the Ram tries to make things happen, but there is obviously Doom above. More than happy to try and find some response and revenge himself. In the meantime, they're trying to cross that divide, but there's always still the threat of the Echo as well. Savage is almost caught out just from Reaps watching the angle, and he's hoping to take the head off of the next player, but here's where the pops come together. The C4 shot out, perfectly played, but they've got to bait that utility on the door, right? The expectation of the Goyo and the hope that they can find a player either side. And also, the longer this goes, the more this once again plays into Secret.
This is the play. Doom, if he can put enough pressure on Hoven and eliminate the verticality, it could come to bite Weibo into the backside during the later stages of the round.
The Echo can just read everything. Either side, every which way is one that is watched by a man who's more than happy to let the drone do all of the work. Here's the fight above. Hoven does get verticality, but he expects the swing to come through from Doom. He's not stupid. He knows what he's up against, and Reaps is up against Savage, pushes him down and drives in, but finding Speakeasy, finding the shield of the man with the kit once again. They have a man advantage, but it doesn't matter when the play comes out at that time. Hoven with the drop shot rocks Doom's world. And now in a world of a place of going for the plant, but do they have the cover? That's exactly it. The man's on the drone. He stops the plant. Can they hold F in time? It has to be the perfect drive forward. Watched either side, swung either way. It's a 3 versus nobody.
Bro, more speed.
Just about by the skin of their teeth. Wow, I thought it was over. I seen that Yokai drone come in.
Yep.
But it's because the player was stacked on top of him. So Adrian had to just stun. No matter what it was, just had to go for the stun. Obviously, in the perfect scenario, he holds that until it's 0-0-0. But he just has to go for it, or else the drone's going to get shot. And yeah, it just was not enough. Oh. Not ideal for Secret losing that round. I thought they were in good shape. I mean, maybe... Do you say to Doom, you have to go quicker, you have to go faster in that top floor? I will say, gotta be a hip-fire drop shot from the Ram kill for a moment. It's gotta be.
I mean, we'll see it again in a second, but I'm also curious how close...
That's a hip-fire. Yeah, hip-fire, drop shot, one tap. Yep.
How close were they to getting the plant? I guess this is one of the things. I don't know if we can see that slow-mo of the end of the round after the Echo, because the timer of when he started planting again must have been in the 0.0s. As narrow as possible, and 4 apiece. No give, no ground, no timeouts and conversations. Just making sure that they can sort of keep themselves punching, pushing. And as we sort of overheard from the team themselves, pace. Pace, 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 because the time has been that danger factor both times. They get the man advantage. Even if they lose it as the first engagement, as they have done both times, Weibo have this habit on their attacks of being able to retake ground. They're fearless, ferocious. And a flurry of kills often just bleeds its way into the top right of your screen. But here, on the verticality, all the bodies, apart from one, are on the watch above. Pretty traditional. Doom's in that do and die position here where you expect to get all the pressure, but you hope you can take at least 1, maybe 2 down with you. At the same sort of second, they need control of green. They need to try and just get a wrap around it. And here is that power position. And there is the man under fire soon enough.
Doom trying to plug the holes at the breach. being made right now with, of course, those hard breach gadgets that has been brought in by Third on the recruit. So they've got, the walls opened up that they need, but as we know, clearing out this top floor, that's the tricky thing for this site. It's C4. And 2 bodies also running at Reeks, but that's good information, knowing that they're trying to retake in towards green.
Noah's able to find Turd in the meantime, though, and it's sort of just a perfect use of utility, and that's a perfect response to it. Fine. Use the C4 to cover at least the rotate and the escape. The grenade pops one, but Savage gets one back, and here, Mowgli still holds on to Skybridge, still holds on to the stretch, and they expected it! And even then, he arrives all the same. 4 versus 2. Speakeasy's gonna bleed his way up into the engagement, gets the body. And now from this, a 3 versus 1. Reaps. He's all that's left, and he almost pulled off this same sort of clutch before. He almost made things happen on a previous engagement. They're not even offering it to him, Demo. They know the stakes. And they're not hungry.
Oh. I mean, the retake was just phenomenal. The way they used the C4, the way it was used to get the player off the rappel, first for a split second, retake in towards green. I mean, Secret, that's what it's about. It's seeing the opportunities and taking advantage of it.
5-4. 5-4, a never-ending trade, Demo. Just a never-ending call and response between these two teams. And, it's just... It's an eventuality in these games, I think.
Now, where do Weibo go?
Defenders, protect your bomb.
What is the approach of the attack? Because we've seen it last time in towards that top floor. They went pretty traditional. Didn't pay off for them. It did come down to a 1v2. Obviously, that Savage had the clutch, but it was more a pacing thing more than anything. So I wonder, with that Tachenka now from Adrian, is that going to just have that extra added difficulty that they have to try and combat against?
Five 5-4 though. And you sort of look towards that lineup. I'm wondering if it'll get locked in. In the bottom right, there's a little bit of a change. We still have a shield on the board. The Ying's gone. One more of those util dump. One more of those sort of rest control back from a round slipping away. And you think about how close this round was last time. Could very well be a 5-4 position for Weibo instead. How much of the drive was the Ying, and how much was it in awareness from the side of Secret? They know June was underneath last time. They know he was the pressure. Will they go for the hunt? It seems so, as Reaps is on the hunt. They've got the track on him. Where can they go next here, Demo? The man has gone up Skybridge.
It's the big old loop-de-loop. Trying to get back as quick as they can. And thankfully, they've been able to do so. So no picks as of yet, as we near that 2-minute mark of the round. Quite a decent amount of util, though, that Secret gonna try and place against Weibo. Mostly whenever we're looking towards Rocket Stairs, they have a smoke primed and ready in the form of Savage, and he's gonna be playing pretty big here towards Mez. And try and smoke off this blitz if he feels a little bit of pressure is gonna come onto him. June. Also, I like this, setting up the mute jammer late, because then it allows somebody to play in behind that table, and it stops that Deimos track coming in.
Yeah, it gives you that sort of unawareness of the position, right? They know the Deimos is underneath. They know there's some hard work to be done here. The electrics on the wall itself, that wasn't really a problem last time round. And the C4 is not a problem this time, but there's time to waste. And time, that eternal problem, is something that Mowgli's going to speed up a little. There goes your vertical player. There goes the man trying to clear the electrics off the wall. And now, where do you go? What do you do? What do you try and drive through? It's Turd. Wants to slip his way up the stairs itself. Isn't going to entirely throw himself into Savage, but at some point he's got to do something. His RP goes down. More smoke to drive over shield. It's just under absolute hell. But the pinch does get at least one. They have some tentative control and an engagement that goes Hoven's way. Said it many times, Weibo. They're a team that can be pushed away and just come right back like elastic.
However, we still have the Tachanka. Adrian has his shield intact, and he can just start flaming out that door. They're going to have to go elsewhere.
Mowgli's tucked on the default as well, so it's a quick rotate. It's a 30 seconds left rotate. Speakeasy shows his side to one and picked up from the other, but Hoven does get Adrian, and Doom gets one back with a blitz. Can't get any further.
Fight, you guys just say my name over and over again. I can't say it properly. Yeah, I knew, but I was just focusing on my stuff.
Well, at this point, Weibo
I think we can do a default.
Opting for their timeout.
Let's talk, huh? We always play 45 every round. So pay attention. We start the round, we are trying to get a new place to fuck them, right? Or is hiding, or is trying to do something hurt. So the way we play that's two rounds. Basement is on top. So let's bring Doka, Lyle. Let's go for the first kills. Let's focus on the first step. After the open advantage, we decide how to play, how to split, what is the next goal, you know? Okay. But from now, we need to fix the start of the round, see who is playing more aggressive, and go for this guy. Okay, guys? Let's go, guys. Let's go. It's easy. 2 rounds, guys. 2 rounds. Easy job for you.
Well, Gohan, the words of wisdom being, we're always playing 4v5.
Yeah.
That's, I mean, straight away, yeah, that's usually a problem. In a game where it's a 5v5, they're just not getting those opening kills.
At all?
Nope.
Every single opening kill this map has gone in the favor of Secret. And the fact that Weibo have been able to turn 4 of them away sort of says some of the strengths, but
more questions, I think, for Secret then. They'll be thinking, oh, well, how are we losing if we're getting the opening pick? So
yeah.
It swings both ways, doesn't it, sometimes with those stats? That's why sometimes stats aren't everything. It's all about, doesn't matter how you've played in the past, how you play in the day.
Well, let's talk about how they're playing on the day, and for everything that sort of put themselves together, there is only 3 rounds at this showdown where somebody on either team hasn't at least gotten a 3K or better. And again, in terms of that list of players, you've got at least 5 different names on the 2 teams. It's not just singular performances. It's not just single sort of show up and put them down. Look at Hoven, Reaps, Doom, Noah. It's just a back and forth of the brutality of these front lines, as we said it would be. But 6-4. Obviously, this is the map that Secret wanted to bring themselves towards, and they've been able to find the first opening kill. They've got the entire map.
Takes down Mowgli. And now the Ram is in a position where he can start opening up the flooring. Still, though, there are roamers that you have to worry about, mainly being Jum, who is currently up in Mez. Noah's just take a bit of a dander upstairs, been able to find one onto that Ram, so the vertical destruction has been dealt with. But still, Jum, being that menace, is still in towards that top floor.
Obviously, they've lost their abilities to destroy that top floor too, right? The Ram's gone. They know that it's ground that has to be handed over, and Jum can just play it. Jum can just sort of pulse and read and maybe play against the IQ hunt, as we saw a second ago. Ooh, will he get lucky through a drone hole? It's not always the game that we get the fullest take, more of a bingo card than anything, but it has to come out together at some point, doesn't it? Reaps. And it's going to be the kind of death Savage is going to be fuming about in the highlight clips. But it's a 4 versus 3, and this is still that problem. Doom, he's telling everything.
Yeah.
Oh, he's reading everything, and he might be about to get himself a second. Will he spray? Yes, is the answer. The shotgun, pops 2, but doesn't quite get the connection with the player, and this is that duck hunt game I talked about. 1 up, 1 down, both can read each other, and actually Doom wants to try and get in close and personal, but now they know he's up there. Maybe we hit sight.
Noah being able to pick up 1, but a minute left, and they're trying to knock onto the door, but there's no real denial. Noah going crazy, but he does get traded out. Now a 2v2. Jum's been able to come back in sight. They still have Adrian. Does he have any echoes, though?
This is that question we posed before. It's the sort of response to the IQ's job, but Turd, in the meantime, drops Doom, leaves just Adrian alone. He has 2 impacts, but they have 30 seconds, and he has 1 down. He almost finds the side of the second. They know he's putting the pressure. The long throw doesn't quite net the player, but the player gets him right back. Turd.
Let's win this shit, guys. Come on. You're the best. Come on. Come on.
Oh, he baited the revive. Went for the res. Adrian is thinking, oh, I can jump up on this table, look down onto him. Is he going for the revive? But no, that was the bait. And he's fell for it. Obviously, for Weibo, being able to pick off Savage with the way that kill was handed to them, that's a massive opportunity to really start flooding through the bomb sites, because you don't have to worry about that Tachanka. Like, imagine them trying to strong-arm their way in through Boiler if everything's on fire. That was never going to happen, so I think that was very fortunate they were able to gain that pick. Secret not wanting to go back to the basement, whereas I kind of looked at it and thought, you know, that kill right there, that's an avoidable kill.
Yeah.
It is. So you could easily run it back if you wanted to, but no. Secret not opting for it.
It's that constant step in, right? It's that constant aggression. Weibo love to apply, and, well, they're trying to hide Doom. It's sort of breakdancing a little.
Stanky leg on the ground there. See that?
When we got the mime that UB had do the sort of, like, animations, get him to do that.
Sadly, though, hiding the Cade is one thing, but they have impact EMPs anyway. So doesn't really matter, I don't think, in the long run. They've still got ways of clearing that Cade, even though they did try and hide it.
They might be trying to lead in towards the Bandit, right? We don't know how present the Bandit was, but they've also got the Twitch and need be, and well, here's the Bandit's position, fully locked up here. They know that it's a tricky clear if they go for the verticality. And that might be something that they sort of go, yeah, come use them over here. Oh no, you thought. But it depends which way they approach, which way they drive the shield. Again, the control of the swing, just getting some of this precursor work done. There's at least one of the impact EMPs as the wall will get opened up just in time.
Surprised they didn't go for a Bandit trick there. I mean, other than just an impact EMP, there wasn't much. So Mowgli maybe could have tried his hand at it, but thinks against it. So now there will be a breach in towards the office. Speak easy. Setting things up with this Monty, gain a bit of information, but his vision will be blocked, and an early smoke.
That's fine. It's sort of just bringing the utility out, but the C4... Oh, no! Couldn't have been further away for it to be the truth, but the truth might be that we're hurtling towards map 2 here. A 3 versus 5 situation. They've lost the shield. They've lost RP. There goes the impact EMP they might have been able to use, and they're still trying to find their way on towards the walkway. Hoven's holding an aggressive pose, and he's prosing the idea of swinging in. There's the flash. Or smoke even. But look, they've almost for a second wanted to move in towards it, but think about the site demo. Secret, they've peeled back.
Yeah, they've realized we don't need to try and hold in towards the top floor. I mean, Turd's in, and yes, he may be able to get the kill, but this isn't the issue, Emmy. He gets the one, but everyone else can just come back and get him. I mean, Turd's tried to make the play, but even if he was in that position, you need Reeks with a diffuser to get the plant down.
Yeah, a gambit that unfortunately hasn't quite paid off, and as Noah puts it into the 4 versus 1, Hoven, he's had some big moments, but it just seems like there's a little bit too much to pass with a C4 end. Secret almost going towards OT, but can just secure their own map and get themselves one step closer to the main stage.
Good opening for Team Secret. Solid map from them. I mean, Weibo did make it difficult. Some great individual moments. We've seen that, but overall, I think the game plan was a lot stronger from Secret. That's step by step again for them. They take the first map, and Weibo, they need to respond as we head into map number 2.
It wasn't that it was a million miles away, but Noah is sort of a mid-table player for the team. Usually steps foot out.
You just called Noah mid? You called him mid?
Mid-table for the
Whoa!
team. For the
Call
team.
him mid?
I'm going to throw you out in a second again. No, he usually sits in the middle of his team's table, but look at that, shining bright at the top. Doom and Savage both having their own moments. Hey, who knows who will step up next? It'll have to be after the break.
Honestly, a lot of players are scared of you, obviously. We were suspicious because you're too good. Like, that was literally what happened. And I'm the one who sent the email. So, like, I'm the one who did it. That's the story, right? None of us really thought that you were legit.
Jack, fresh. Oh my god, please, can you sign this photo of you?
How do you have this photo?
We're really big fans, actually. Can you tell us about this photo?
No, I shouldn't.
Well, this is actually Mama Fresh delivered this.
Excellent. My mother has been providing photos again.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you all for the broadcast. Thank you so much. Lovely to meet you.
I'll reinforce off these two walls here. This would be a flex wall. We're gonna put it like this, just so it's like a flex. I don't know, I'm gonna do that. Then positioning, we'd have the two brow play here with the C4 and like the DMR. You could play between like weed, like the metal areas, what we call it. So we can either react to that or the weed wall based off what they're doing. We'd start the Valk. I'll just put it right here so it's easy to see on that side. And then we'd have the Fenrir as the last guy. He'd be here, contesting for tools side, really kind of being a menace over there. And this guy as well, like when they're trying to go for that tools wall, I'd have these zombie pressed up unless there's lower pressure, like trying to contest off that door, just being a menace a little bit. Not really looking for a pick, but looking to delay time.
Basically, for the start, we can put it like that. So I would put him like around these windows. So if we need help to hold or whatever, he will be rotate. If your Azame really fall back and manage to, like it would be around here. Right?
She'd be like all the way back. I'd put her like right here probably.
Like the things how it would go as well. Like once we take like the control of garage, I would put maybe the Capitan around this area just to hold this position. Normally they place our jabs and rotate out for the door to help onto the push. I think we would put the Ing here to be playing into the main breach, but it depends on the green take. Like if you're trying to force too much the green take, I would put like the Ing here to come to try to help. But if it's like you're just giving away, trying to fall it back, I would just keep the Ing there. So like if you guys are just falling back to hold into power positions, I would say that the Deimos can come from below as well to try to help. And as I said, this Hibana here, it will be like a flex. I don't really count on her. It's more to get the Clash attention. If Clash is still here, it's
that's
good.
the biggest thing. I would want the Clash to rotate over play Ivy. Is like what I'd want originally.
Yeah, so if like the Clash goes back into this side, I would put this Hibana to try to sneak in and play.
The two playing back here is ideally what it'd be.
And then after like dealing with the Clash over here, I think this guy would be already played. So it's like he won his fights as well, or he lost, and then we got the control of this area, kind of, and we just scrap.
That's assuming nobody dies early. Or just swings and gets killed, you know?
Exactly.
Because that's what happens a lot of times in our game.
Like I'm making the capital fire over there, and then
dude,
explode it.
I'm gonna go call out.
Still have the flashes from Hibana.
It could go either way, Frank.
It could go either way. Very, very close.
Yeah.
Maria with a cake. You know what time it is. Birthday time. Today is Twister's birthday. Let's go. Cadê ele? Where is him? Where is him? Ô, Twister, chegou o teu momento. He didn't notice me. Ô, Twister, todo mundo? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Well, a hard-fought first map is one that Secret are just able to get that little bit of an edge over, but Weibo were knocking on the door of round success after round success. Clutches like that can only happen if you're feeling up for the fight, and here an even half leads to a max regulation time win for Secret, but that was their map, and Border up next. Well, that could be someone else's.
It's going to be a big old showdown whenever we go to Border, and as we know on a map like Border where a lot of crazy things can happen, I think it actually suits the kind of APAC vibe that Weibo have, where they can be very aggressive. I mean, there was a number of different occasions that we seen throughout Lair where they were just up for a fight, jumping out of windows, catching Secret by surprise. In a map like Border, you can do a lot of that. However, I think Secret are a very good Border team. I think Savage can call it really, really well. It's one of their top maps that they've had throughout the year. So yeah, Border, it's going to be a tough one for Weibo to take down. Secret still think the favorites here.
Well, like a bus, we wait for a while, don't get it, and then two show up for the second time today. Demo, you and I will bounce back into Border, but will we have a success story or send somebody home in Border? Now, though you have your belief inside Secret for the Border game that they can play, they haven't played it at this SI yet. But against them, Weibo have had 2 innings, NIP and D plus Kia, both of them wins for Weibo. Obviously, 2 teams that are no longer competing here for the chance at progressing along the boards, but still, they put up their own fight in what is the toughest tournament of the year. Have Secret learnt lessons from watching the VODs, or will Weibo punish mistakes?
Seems to be that Mowgli having some issues. Hopefully we'll get it fixed and straight back in. Everything's good. Looks like it. Just some
I'm getting your
mic issues.
Your color analysis of tech issues.
You have to do it all in this job.
I'll cast what's happening and you tell me the breakdown. Seems like they're struggling, damn it. Seems like they're a little bit confused.
May have to get a cable change, perhaps. That might be what they have to adapt to.
Maybe we can get a top-down view.
We don't want the top down, we want the under the table view. That's what we need to see. What's going on in the back of the PC?
We'll hopefully be back in just a second. Now, Border, as I said before, the way it sort of plays out, but as the Vegas chance, as you put it, it is a very high preference. The second favorite for Secret. Gets banned against them quite a lot.
Yep.
Weibo, 4th of 9th, but they have a recent 5-2 record on it, including, as I said before, the 2 play times here. However, that thing I mentioned earlier on, that worrying statistic I talked about back 3 months ago in Munich, it was part of the showdown. It was the second map in the showdown these 2 teams had. It was Weibo's pick then as well. And it didn't quite go in towards their favor. It was a even half as the opening half. Secret led on their defense. And Secret were just able to sort of push it over the end into a 7-5 win. Fun sort of split as well about Border. At that point, at that moment, I believe it was one of their sort of heavily preferenced, not undefeated, but They were happy to have it in their pool. They were happy for teams to take them. And then since then, I think it's never really shown up again, really. Obviously hasn't been brought in towards this tournament, at least, up to this point. But we're in, we're off, and you are all thinking Secret. Just have a thumb on the scale. You say wow, I say why?
I think it's a lot closer than maybe what I would have expected. I thought there'd be a lot more predictions in favor of the Secret.
You are a bit biased.
No. I disagree massively.
Okay.
I think Secret are one of the top teams.
Where'd you get that little secret flag
Sorry, because I've not jumped on with the, APAC and all this, which happens every event, and I'm sorry I'm not the one buying into it. I think Weibo's a great team. Said they've been a great team.
Yeah.
But whenever it comes to the big dogs of what we have in the World Championship, it's a different gravy.
All right.
Of course it is.
If it was your poll, where would you have expected it to be?
70-30.
Whoa! James is going to kick down this door in a second.
By all means. I mean, there's no Aussies in this team. Why would he have a say, eh? They're gone.
Listen, it's a region thing. And the thing might start here, as I said before, actually. It was slightly incorrect. It wasn't an even half on their defense. That was the other side. It was Secret's attack that was an even half, and that was enough. It was a 4-2 on their defense. They were happy to lead in, which plays against the sort of predilections of this map. It's not quite the one that you expect that side of things to be the stronger suits. We'll see what plays in against it. Keybers and mirrors are going to be the removal, none of those extensions. We've seen some decent play of both those operators pretty continually on the other side of it. No Deimos. They don't want to deal with those players going under and getting the hunt.
Yeah, it does leave the shields open. Straight away, Speakeasy on the Blackbeard. A few things he has to be careful of, though. You've got the Legion and you've got the Ela, two things that do cause problems with the shields. Noah's been able to get a pick, I believe, through the vertical angles, and down goes Ape. That's the Nomad gone, so flanks now, potentially. Could come in for Secret, and a big old smoke to try and bat them back. Mowgli's just swung the window, I believe, and picked up a kill. This looks to be a false start for Weibo.
I mean, just sort of rebuffed at the first pass there. Stuck in the 5 versus 3. Speakeasy takes a face of shrapnel and lungs of smoke. And will be forced further back, but as you said, a false start. And unfortunately, he's sort of looking at the timer and going, okay, move on, move on. And 5 versus 2. Turns in on passport. He's going to drive himself into seating, but just gets caught out. Speakeasy now all that's left. Finds one for the trouble, but they're outside and all around. Gets 2, gets no more. Secret start as they mean to continue aggressively, violently, and in the lead.
Yeah, really aggro East Airs hold there from Secret, wasn't it? Look at the way they set up. Again, you have the walls reinforced. You also then have Office opened up where you've got the rotates too and the head holes. It's all about maintaining East. And the important player to kind of highlight is Jum, who was downstairs below East Stairs. He had the wall, the single wall in towards Tellers. It was reinforced. I mean, Jum in that position, he's playing to die. He's not going to get out of there. He's kind of trapped himself in a corner. But it's just that presence of being there where you have to try and force a fight in towards them. And if you can't fight him from going down East Stairs because there's still 2 players, it's just going to be just a gunfight against Jum where he's never going to be caught out thinking, I have to look left, I have to look right. He just can hold on to lobby, and it's very easy for him. So I love that setup from Secret where they're all supporting one another.
It's that element of aggression. It's that element that, to be fair, Weibo were very good at very good at losing the first body, fine. But then the follow-through was great. They made sure that they would keep the pressure on, keep themselves in, get internal. It's awkward on Border because Border's so thin. Border doesn't have a lot of room. As soon as they start killing people outside the building, well, it's hard to retake inside the building if you can't even get that first step right. So, Weibo have to try and get more of a grasp on the aggression that Secret laid down and sort of made that opening statement, that spiel of this is our positions and this is where I stand and this is where I will not leave. They're going to see if they can try and corner the player inside security on the CC half wall, but well, it's Noah. And he was the MVP of the first map. He got himself off to a decent start here, but not this round. Great shot from Reaps.
Great angle. Reaps able to pick up that first kill. Noah gone. The Walleye discs no longer going to be placed in and around the map. So whatever has been placed, that's it. Just have to get this fixed. This does happen. There we go. So a good start for Weibo this time. Not really interested in these, this time around. Stemming it more from break. That's where they want to try and get their shield in, and that's what they've done successfully. In goes Speakeasy. Doom still putting up a fight, though, been able to take out Hoven. And speaking of the shield, Mowgli gets caught out. Speakeasy wins that engagement.
It was scrappy, and this could be the punch in the back. Doom, a second too late to the party, but able to pop himself one. Adrian, a 1 versus 2, not a lot of health, but he's going to keep himself aggressive. Oh! Oh no!
Good job, guys.
Okay. When was the last time you saw that?
Let's go.
Actually, pretty recent. I think.
Oh, really?
I think we seen one. I think during LCQs.
On a player that was still standing?
I want to say yeah.
I thought it were down.
I think definitely I've seen it before. Pretty recent.
I don't recall seeing that since the change of the operator.
I think I've definitely seen it sometime. Definitely.
I don't believe you.
Don't have to.
But the people do. I can't take that trust away. I believe you, Demi.
Sorry, I've been asked, when was the last time I go, I seen it there. I was like, no, you didn't. Yes, I did. What do you mean? What do you mean, no, I didn't?
Listen, all right, you're right. I can't break the people's trust in you. You are the people's princess.
That trust was broken long ago.
One apiece.
As soon as you put a G2 jersey on, they don't listen to you.
Simple. One apiece. Secret. They were still being aggressive. Think about how that round cooked. The first body was lost here.
Yeah.
Beautiful take. And then everybody was lost here. They kept stepping back into the approach, right? They kept sort of saying, we'll keep fighting, we'll keep leaning in. And it's that game that they want to play, right? It's that idea of maybe the realization of this is what Weibo were doing on the first map. This is how they play their attacks. This is the team that, as I said at the start of this, are the top-rated attacking team in the entire tournament. And Secret want to try and push that team out. Secret want to knock down another top contender, confirm themselves, top 6, confirm themselves main stage, and still in the gladiatorial arena of Paris. But Weibo, they know how to reset, rebalance, reapply themselves. As it sort of grew in, they were able to take that extra bit of pressure, and now they can see if they can try and find the fight elsewhere, hunting for it. The opening statistic absolutely disappeared from them in the first map, but
good night.
Perfect timing there from Doom. Went fishing and caught a big one of Blackbeard.
Yeah, one of the shields is gone. Still a second, though, as Ape's trying to make a bit of pressure. The plant is going to go down from Speakeasy. Oh, almost. A kill comes in from downstairs, but that doesn't really matter as diffusers went down. However, the numbers is very firmly in Secret's advantage.
This is it, right? They've tucked themselves in, got the plant. He's sitting in a smoke, and it's a triple kill for Doom. He gets one. Oh, he can't find it next. That was... like a horror film at one point.
Jack the Ripper coming out of the fog.
Swung round, almost got the man on the kit as well. I mean, probably still would have been picked up afterwards. 1 versus 4.
Don't think he could have got all 5, I'll be honest with you. I don't think so.
And they were all around as well.
Yeah.
Right, Secret, they just closed down. And I guess that's the risk of a plant like this, on a map like this, where the space is so small. It does not take long for them to realize what's going on and get themselves back.
Yeah, I think it comes to that opening pick, isn't it? Eliminating that shield upstairs. Obviously, then Weibo would think, okay, we can maybe try and get a plant off, but you're losing the picks in and around the map. I mean, we've seen that kill, the vertical kill happen. I mean, if that goes in their favor, does that change the dynamic? But still, for Secret, a good retake. Individuals winning their gunfights. So yeah, for Weibo, struggling just on the kill side. It's all right getting the plant down, but you have to stop some of the defenders. Big old kill with a C4. This kill here is a little bit messy. We're all celebrating. Ed was like, defuse, by the way, defuse. Make sure we don't forget to defuse.
We have seen that problem before. Well, another slight tech pause, another brief break in the momentum. It's been traded rounds once again, but as I said before, Secret, they got the 4-2 defensive half. Last time they went up against Weibo, and that was enough. That was enough for them to secure it in regulation, but only just in the 7-5, as it sort of was similar on the first map, right? But the first map was the 3-3. The first map was even innings, and it still almost went all the distance. Here, with a little bit extra to sort of play with. Weibo, no, they're never a million miles away. But everything is to play for. From the start of this tournament, from the year that they have had, from getting to SI, from being that sort of talisman team for the entirety of their region. Every single best of 3, every single league map, every single showdown ends up in a best of 1.
Yeah.
A single map.
Don't forget as well with the kind of roster history that this team has had.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been a fair few amount of players in through the doors. You think back to Mentalist, whenever he was on the side. No, you then look at the European project that was attempted, where Leader and Noodle were brought into the side. And I mean, there was some good success there for them. But in the long term, went back to the APAC core. I mean, even Turb was off the roster for a short period, so they have experimented.
It's one of the things that you can't really say as a positive for some of the other big contenders. A lot of teams, they'll sort of go, we were close, let's not change anything, let's not risk the recipe altering. But
then we never see them back again.
And then we never see them back again, because everything else changes. The game changes constantly.
Players fall out of form, players find form.
It's one of the positives that's often been highlighted about the APAC region as a whole, is the ability to lean into what...
Who was...
I have
Thanks,
the same look.
Spoke for us.
I've actually forgotten my point a little bit.
Yeah, you did. You were going to say something about APAC.
Oh, yeah. They adapt new, fresh ideas. Things like, okay, sometimes it doesn't always work. We've tried stuff. But things like the LMG meta, the finger running in meta, that was some of the first play was seen around their region. They weren't scared of going, that was this long shield, pixel, burn thing. Let's try this. Let's get this going. Let's get finger going. And then sometimes, as I said, it doesn't always stick. And sometimes it doesn't quite map in towards the strategy of the game. But they're not afraid of change. They embrace it and try and develop it and bring it onto the main stage. And, well, getting it all the way, that's the problem, right? That's the worry. They're one map shy of not making main stage SI this year. And which risks have paid off.
Shouldn't be long until we're back in. Again, thank you for bearing with us.
There's a bear with us?
Why? Just you make it.
Oh,
make
Rob.
It awkward.
Rob. He's on A stream.
You go for a lot of what's me, Losh, Parker. Anyone with a lot of
to
hair.
be fair, actually, yeah.
Ollie.
Ollie. There's a lot of bear.
A lot of hairy people.
Esque people. Hopefully in just a second. I'm expecting Savage to make another Chewbacca sound.
He's yawning. Is he bored?
Wants to keep going, right?
What's the problem, Savo? Is this a boring game for main stage? You think, I've had better.
It's only one game today, you know. It's like the early days of the groups, and I mean, for all I talk about being one round away, or one map away, even. Secret, they're one map away from securing main stage.
They are.
They're one map away from angling themselves in.
Mm-hmm. Need to get 2 Europeans in there, don't we? Especially whenever we know we've already got 2 Brazilians and potentially another could be joining.
Yeah. Or if they don't, then 2 Americans.
Could be 2 Americans, yeah. So we kind of need this, don't we, for the EU flag?
Well, APAC needs something. I'm sure they'll be saying and arguing. They need a representative, and this is their last hope, their last chance.
But I suppose this is the difference between SI and majors. It's the top 6, not the top 8.
Yeah. And to be fair, ultimately, every single team has Brazilians in any way, so... But whoever wins, Brazil wins. 2-1. We win. We're back in the game. We're back in, and we're off to Armory Lockers and Archives. Now, with how things opened up on towards border, that, as we sort of said, there was just a lot of aggression outside the building. They kept on making sure that they could lean in. They kept on making sure that they could have the fight. A lot of it happened around East Stairs, then outside East Stairs. There was no shying away from the side of the defenders, and I wonder if Weibo are going to be a bit more reactive. There is a smoke ban. Quite a big ban on a map like this. Controls the space. I talked about it earlier when we had border. You're looking at the limitations of just getting in. Towards the tight rooms. You don't really care about the hard walls. You don't really care about those sort of plays because it's this. It's chasms that you have to cross before you're peppered and littered with the litany of different gadgetry and bullets. And they're just going to see if they can limit it. On the other side, the Blitz gone. But with only 1 shield ban, there's obviously still the Blackbeard to try and drive on, and the Monty, if needed.
Looks to be the same East Stairs setup again for Team Secret that I highlighted earlier on. Jim down inside a lobby, makes his own kill holes. He knows that's where a lot of the gunfights will come from. He has that wall he can use as cover. And don't forget as well, I mean, if you're thinking, oh, why don't you just leave Jim? Why don't you just avoid him? I mean, what's he going to do if you try and enter in towards East? Well, I mean, Jim's got a C4. And that East Stairs, that platform as you walk in the East door, it is destructible. So that's why you have to try and target that man. So I just love the setup from Secret that they go for. Turd was maybe thinking about... Yeah, he is. He's going to go for it. He's going to play the long angle.
Oh.
See if he can find a pick. I mean, they know that Noah plays in this pause because Noah got some kills the last time. They also picked them off from it the last time, remember? So, yeah, no surprises here the way Weibo are setting up. But it just looks as though they're actively trying to avoid East, though.
It's so cautious, right? And to be fair, as I said it before, it's a bit of a massacre in that position. Instead, let's go for the pressure elsewhere, bait them in. There's the roll and a quick idea on towards Sandwich, and he's going to move behind it. But Adrian, where is he? Not enough. They're in. They're off to the site, and they're going to see if they can plant it. Doom, he's trying to scream his way up a staircase in towards Arpe, but in the meantime, they can't quite get the kit cemented. The team show up and get put back down, blow for blow, body for body. Speakeasy cannot secure it, but he needs support. He needs a friend. He needs to be able to cement one of these kills. Either side gets 1, gets 2. Fell like a sack of potatoes in a single 1 versus 1 with just leftover players offering some support. And it's the end for Secret. That was nail-biting.
Wow. What a round. Utter carnage from top to bottom. The quick rush coming in from Weibo. Secret. Good response, but it still was not enough. It came right down to the 1v1. And look, were we ever in doubt that Reaps was going to lose that? I mean, it's Reaps, and we know how good the kid is. Wow. I mean, overall, for Secret, I think that first pick was important. Adrian losing that engagement, it gives them the bomb site. I mean, if Adrian was able to win that engagement as the player swings in Sandwich, and it's a different ballgame entirely.
Yep.
So it just shows the way that Border works. 1 kill can just unload everything that you try and do as a defensive side. I mean, this was a lovely little retake as well for Mowgli and Joom, being able to trade back and forth. But this right here, moment of glory for Speakeasy.
It just shows that secondary shotty. Any shotgun in the game, it's as good as if you have belief in it. I don't think he believed in that gun in that second. It was a pea shooter. And the 2 downed players sat watching each other in Armory. And like, hey, how was your day? I don't know, you shot me.
I think my dad's going to beat up your dad. That's what's going on in the back.
2 apiece, though, and a quick steal on a bulletproof. anything else they can get for the trouble. Rolls straight in towards the site and actually gets a bit of a reveal that...
Wow, good.
Oh, a
good.
second.
Really good.
Both bits of heavy intel utility inside the site are gone. And also the only cams that they really have down there.
Yeah. It's the power of the Brava. If you miss the drone, you can get a lot of value out of them. So yeah, both the bulletproofs now in the hands of Weibo. Oh, and straight away, I mean, if you hop on the cams, you'll see, oh, nobody's really in the bomb site, so you kind of know where they're going to be situated.
Remember how they tried to play this before, and as the C4 is prepped underneath the door, June wants to get a little bit further away from it.
All he has to do is almost just bait himself. Let the Monty approach him, try and say, Monty, come and get me, I'm over here, and then you hit the trigger.
Oh, had the lineup for a second, but Savage was a split faster. And he tries to lean into the next engagement, but they've been able to remove Hoven. They've got rid of the hard breach, and there's the follow-through on towards the shield. The 5 versus 3. Third suffers next from the top ropes. The 5 versus 2 is traded out. But they know exactly where he is. They knew where the kit was, and they know that they can sort of peel back. Up and Reaps. Other sides of the map. One of them stuck in a vertical hold. Noah is above CC, and that's what Reaps is looking for right now. Noah, he's just causing problems, rotating back and forth, and this is the position, right? This is the long watch that he's got. They're just trying to get a bit of an awareness on where is safe to enter. If they can drone Reaps in towards an engagement, he might be able to net a reward, but nobody's currently home. Just as he moves underneath, he's missed the rotate.
Did he hear him, maybe? I mean, again, that sound can travel up and through, but now he makes himself known. A lot of noise and almost sees ahead, but I mean, this is just really difficult for Weibo. Look at the verticality that Secret have. They can just sit in their hands and wait until you hear that diffuser start to be planted.
Well, there's the player the smoke, so Adrian steps up to see if he can try and get a response for it, and
yeah, there it is.
Doesn't even need the glasses. It's the lockdown, it's the surround, and it's the sound of Secret.
Yeah. Probably the easiest round I think Secret have had in this map so far, no? And it's strong to say considering it is free too, but really simple for them in that late stage. Not a lot Weibo could really go for. Weibo, I mean, the faces don't look too happy. Body language a little bit tamer, whereas Secret, I mean, we've seen how they've reacted. We've seen the celebrations. It's all about that energy. Final round off the half. Secret on the defense. Went for the armory. Last time it was a Weibo rush. Oh. And some big individual kills, of course, coming in for Secret, winning those 1v1s again. Yeah, simple for Adrian.
To be fair, we had that sound from Savage at in this sort of break, but he wasn't in slow-mo. He just made that sound. 3-2.
Why am I always stuck with the recruits?
POV, you're playing right?
What? Poor Tim. Secret got themselves 4 on their defense last time round. They're going to see if they can try and replicate that, but so far it has been perfectly traded rounds. Back and forth. The only plant has actually been one that went away from them when they went for something a bit snappy on Bathroom, and instead of doubling down an armory before, they thought they would save it for the third swung, and that was, well, a rush. Now it only really works once. Still high caution on towards top east, a place that Doom has sort of made a benchmark of how much he can do from what is an integral power position. Locks off, obviously, the approach on office, locks off the confidence, so instead they've gone for Noah, but the longer they're here, the more chance that someone else could pop out on them. They know that they've been in that position before, and they're forcing this utility, fine. But they don't have a route in. They don't have a place they can go. They do steal the Alamine. They have the ping on the player. They might hop now on towards the back of this. I hope he gets stunned by himself if he swings in aggressively, but it's an encircling, and Mowgli offering his best support demo.
It's that trade network that you need to establish in a map like Border. You see Mowgli, obviously in catwalk kind of position, very aggressive and get pinched quite easily. You've got break door to your left, you've got the catwalk window to your right, but he has got the support. Noah again in that same position. They just love to play him, but a flurry of kills, and it's all coming up Team Secret. Noah, wow, with that Scorpion letting it sing. And a big C4 to finish it off. The big fish, that's what we call that.
Oh my god, good job, guys.
4-2. Secret have replicated what they pulled off but 3 months ago at Munich, and that water that they talked about at that major is starting to rise, starting to threaten Weibo, starting to threaten their continued route towards the main stage, towards that hammer. Secret are feeling more and more upbeat, happier, laughing. It's something that we've sometimes seen with this team. They get a bit downtrodden, they can get a little bit under the beat, but they keep it positive. The power of Mowgli and Savage making weird sounds. If it works, it works. Noah, again, as you sort of put it, the Scorpion take. The cover was great. They obviously had, as soon as Mowgli went down, they were in that position. They tried to go further with the Blackbeard, didn't quite net the results. And with the Savage Monty ban, not dealing with that. Savage has other shields he can opt for here.
Yep, that's the issue. I think I've harked on about it enough throughout the course of the year. It's just too much to ban, there really is. Wonder what the next update will bring. That's what we're also looking forward to. Don't forget, this weekend we have all of the reveals.
Ooh.
New operator, don't forget, inbound.
Ooh, that's what you're all going to be like in a few days.
Until I see that my shields have been just absolutely nerfed, and I'm thinking, the game I love, no.
The game you love.
I wouldn't be surprised if the shields get nerfed again.
Good.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised.
Great.
Much to my distaste.
I will point out at this point, Demo and I don't know anything about what's coming.
No.
He's just depressedly guessing.
I just think it will be like that.
All right, well, let's...
The pick rate speak for itself.
Yeah, and the ban rate, and almost Turd's rate at being shot. Reaps pre-rips for a second, but then puts it back in because nothing immediately follows through. They almost expected some of the pace that they had applied on towards top east, but not quite a front they need to feel affronted by. Ooh, what are you trying to catch here? Find the electrics on the wall.
Yeah, not in range. Needs to get a little bit closer, but that's the issue. He doesn't know if he can just walk in towards east as of yet. So just going to hold his ground until then. Look at this big old wraparound here from Team Secret. Just going to try and blitz in towards the office using the shield as that focal point.
Well, they've got to get this player out before they go for any of the breach, and I think they'll combine it with the Thatcher. There's the roll. The C4 over the top won't quite get the player that they wanted to rock because they can play it from a bit of a safer distance. Now, as they force out this quad wall, they force Reaps into more of an aggression, more of a bit of a fight. He's not going to hand over the territory just yet, but he is able to slip away back towards Fountain Wall. They have more utility to pop. They've got that position. Fine. But it took a lot of them to rotate round to get it.
This is where Secret still not looking to commit at the moment. And they could still try and take in towards CC, perhaps try and cut off the Fountain rotates. That could be an option for them. But still, time yet to see what they want to go for. Over a minute remaining. Savage, who's sending in the drones, and almost a pick here from Ape. And yeah, looks to be that they are going to put some pressure onto that lone player inside of CC. If you take CC, you take Fountain, you take Fountain, you take the site, you take the site, you take the round.
All players still standing in the final minute. Not always the happenstance. We've happened to find ourselves stanced and posed in, but can't even get the catch on towards the close player. There's still one tuck behind him, though, and they're winning out. They went a step too far and pulled themselves back. Hoven's able to find a two-piece amongst it, but now there's only two pieces left for Secret to bite down upon another drop. Doesn't quite rock it. Adrian is down 30 seconds, and well, they're instead going to try and push. Keep the pressure on Speakeasy, keep the pressure on the Clash themselves. Don't turn away. Make sure they feel it, and that is the divide, slightly wider. That's the distance, slightly further. And that's the round, slightly more dangerous for Weibo.
Oh, Secret. That round is all about the timing. I mean, there was a method to that. Yes, you're taking early map control, and then you've got enough time to then start thinking about, okay, what else can we do? Border's a very small map.
Yep.
You don't have to do things like make sure you're not going to get flanked, make sure you're not going to have to deal with the roam clear out. That doesn't really happen in this map. You kind of know where everyone is, even without droning it. Sure, you might get caught out by the odd off-angle position or somebody sat in a corner, which did happen to them inside a CC, but it's not the end of the world. It's not going to be detrimental to it. Because look at the way Secret attacked that. They were together as they went for it, using that shield in the middle of everything. And once they lose that shield, they've gained enough information, they can get those trades. This point right here, Savage in the great position, that's what went on check. But Savage feeds the information back for his team, and they just knew where the positions were. It wasn't rocket science for Secret.
Weibo. You could see it on the player cams, a bit despondent, a bit disheartened. I think they can feel that sort of inevitability creeping, but that's the pressure, that's the worry. Those are the voices you've just got to try and close down and see if you can capitalize on energy reserves you maybe didn't know you had. A lot of utility being stole here on towards top east, not quite all of it, but they've done enough to make the journey in, at least in some ways, passable. And here's that heavy pressure. The Denari network will buy himself a little bit of safety from utility that might get thrown in. Forces them to have to go on slightly different angles. Forces them to have to, you know, swing in towards east, swing in towards that bit of pressure. But you can see this is the game Secret do, right? They find aspects on every single avenue of the map. They'll go in with the full width. And Savage is going to go, hunting, but in the meantime, Noah's the first one to come back with a prize. Reaps gone. Quick bit of motion, quick spray, quick attention towards Arpe. He'll tuck down on break, the side of it. In the meantime, Savage just keeps stepping closer and closer towards the site itself. Doom's the man with the kit on the far side, but doesn't mean they can't suddenly alert if they can get a free pick inside here. Turd gets Mowgli. Oh, Doom gets Speakeasy in. Well, there's that kit, there's that site, and there's now that pressure. They're watching above, but they cover the smoke. Has to drop, caught by the window. A great hold. They were prepared for it, Demo. They were ready. They were wrapped around, and now there's at least one more in their favor, but a post plant right by the window, Demo.
It's that opportunity spotting again for Secret that has worked so well. They see an opportunity to get an easy pick, unresponsive from Weibo, and then once they're in the bomb site and that diffuser goes down, never in doubt in a 2v3 now. They just have to hold that diffuser as best as they can.
Hoven's able to get one from above, levels things up, but this is the problem. As soon as you go for it, I mean, you can try and long arm, but they've got fire to pop down, and Arpe,
yeah, there we go.
That's it. He cannot get his hands on that in time without being dropped. At this point, the timer will tick over. Does get one more for his trouble, but that 1 versus 1, that extra kill isn't the problem, Demo. It's that big, glaring 6-2 that'll show up in the top middle of everybody's screen.
6-2. A mountain that Weibo have to climb. Team Secret have so much breathing room, and Weibo with a timeout.
That's the big problem we have on this 45. We need to understand. Oh, they are facing me, so I need help. Let's play together, let's fight together, let's go for the kills. So, for now, guys, let's just have fun. Let's try to find the first kill, play the round, the way we can have the advantage. Because the thing is, you guys are trying to play too much safe and getting them the chance to work together first. We need to reverse the shit. So guys, let's go, guys. 4 rounds. You are totally capable to win the shit, guys. Come on, I believe on you. Come on, guys. Come on, Rips. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Round by round. Let's go. Put that philosophy in practice now. Let's go, yeah. Let's go, guys. No pressure, nothing, just the game. Come on, guys. Let's go, let's go.
A big 4 rounds coming up for Weibo if they want to make that comeback. But Secret at the moment, just in the flow state, aren't they? Doesn't look as though anything's going to slow them down. Top floor is being locked in.
I mean, I said it on the first map, right? You sort of had a couple of big-name players from either team stepping up, and here, Doom and Adrian, 20-6 between the pair of them. There's just not really an answer that's coming through from the side of Weibo. As I said before, they've sort of suffered the wrong side of the approach. They've suffered on their attack, and now that's 4 rounds in a row. 2 either side of the divide that Secret has built themselves around. And not winning a single defense. I mean, Weibo don't even have the confidence of going to a site they've locked in. They have to try and make things happen, and it's very fair. I think it's great advice. Round by round. It's just the game. Have fun with it. That doesn't mean you don't feel the pressure. Doesn't mean you don't feel the weight of all the eyes of a region upon you. Doesn't mean you don't feel the fact that there's 4 rounds you have to lock in against a team that is oh so locked in.
Look at the lineup from Secret. They may try and finish this in style. This screams of the classic Archives take that Savage knows oh so well. Everything is set up correctly. You have the Ying on the sandwich to flash the entirety off that site. You have Mowgli and the Thatcher to catch any C4s that could be tossed to Adrian, who'll be coming in through the Archives door, and to top it off, Savage on the glads to smoke it out and pick up these kills.
Well, they're in, they're off, they're going for the plant. Speakeasy's trying to read it over, and Doom is able to find the first, the clash. He's spraying on the wrong side, and Reaps up top, can't quite find the man with the blitz shield on his back. Arpe does get a kill with the punch, but it's a post plant. 3 versus 4, but the clash could be big. Drives up to the door, forces them to have to try and go a bit wider. Reaps is on the kit. Reaps is getting it slowed down, but he's caught by Savage. Swings round for a double, 2 versus 2. But the clash still stands, still burns electricity, so they have to drive themselves in. The cover from the top rope. They can't make it in time. There's one of 4.
Oh, a lifeline has been given over to Weibo. The post plant not strong enough for Secret. I mean, everything up to that, was perfect. We've seen the Thatcher catch a C4. Plant goes down, the coverage is there. But that shield blocking the diffuser, that was the issue that Secret did not take into consideration. And that's what they could not get past. Whenever you lose the player who's over towards the Archives window, it allows for that diffuse to happen. Clash only has to worry about one angle, and the shield can cover that. Weibo, there's one.
There's one.
3 more to go.
Step at a time. Round at a time. Bit at a time. And they've rebuffed the rush. They've rebuffed the post plant. Even if it was that situation, they've had what would be probably the most chaotic comms anyone would fall through. Yeah. It's a rush, most people know. You have a response. As you said it, you saw the ops and called it immediately. So would they. But we've seen misplays in those well-known situations before, and Weibo have made it stick. So might buy them a bit more energy than otherwise. Another sort of standard round there. So, I don't know if that gets picked up on our side, but 6-3. There was a lot of shouting that was happening. Something has happened on A stream.
Which, again, we don't care.
We don't care.
We're all about B stream.
We are all about B stream. Medics cares, he says, in our ears. Oh, Medics doesn't care. He's changed his mind.
He's locked in.
He's locked in, and so are we. 6-3, and I said it, it's 1 of 4. Weibo still have a long, shaky road to walk. And at this point, we're not getting a secondary rush. Instead, a similar lineup as before, but the shield of Savage will try and do the distance. And I said not a rush, but he's instantly found one. The impact will hit. He can't quite get the kill. Behind you is Mowgli, and Mowgli pulls Reaps out, sprays onto the next, slip via Fountain, but Turd with a massively important trade. Now, Savage has taken a lot of damage. You're looking at 2 impacts, 2 C4s, and 2 potential bits of danger they can try and lead themselves into, as well as having to pass through, obviously, the chance at the danger. Is it worth taking just that single player down?
It's a big snatch in the early game for Secret. Trying to take that immediate control of CC, pick off the lone player. They were able to do so, but like you mentioned, the trade was there to come out from Weibo. And Savage, I mean, I just don't think Savage is really going to have that much of an impact. I mean, a shield on low HP as good as dead a lot of the time. You know,
Yep.
anything can kill you. A strong gust of wind a lot of the time will kill you, so you need to just watch yourself. Looks to be just a direct plant, and Savage has been able to get himself in, but he doesn't have the kit. It's Doom who has the diffuser.
Yeah, they got to be so aware of this, right? And Savage has tucked himself in, but with the Solace on the board, Arpe could try and cause some problems, but Arpe's busy on the other side, on the other sort of angle, and there's the spray through. Turd suffers next, but Hoven's actually the one to be able to get rid of Doom. That's that kit cold. And at this point, it's just trying to find a pick here for the side of Secret. Doubled up on the verticality, but Savage goes down inside the sights. They've got to win this engagement, and well, as Turd locks in Savage, no one's able to at least get that verticality, but a 3 versus 2, no kit, 50 seconds. Okay.
Doom wandering off with a kit was very surprising. Oh dear, Hoven has been caught out on the verts. Adrian with an absolute freebie in the round. Still that 2v2, and you look at where the players have pulled back. No longer in the bomb site. They know they have the kit.
Yep.
30 seconds. This is up to Secret to make this happen.
Also still have the default just above their shoulders, given that sort of overwatch, that overline, that lifeline to the intel. They'll know. As soon as they either take that camera out or go for the kit itself, they know when they need to impact. And there it is. As I said it, the cam had the watch, they had the player, and now, oh, they have the Revenger. 1 versus 1 Noah. I said it before, was the MVP of the first map. He's going to tuck himself for the plant, and Arpe can read this perfectly with his gadgetry. 3 seconds. Just going to play with the shotgun, and played it perfectly. That's 2. Halfway there. 1 round at a time. Not done yet.
This is an interesting game. Secret have been stalled out. Timeout is still available, don't forget, for Twister.
It is.
I'm sure he'll get in there at some point just to try and settle the nerves. But just a slight road bump here for Secret. However, that is the rotation done. That's the top floor defended. That's the vents defended. Now we go to the third choice. Now we go to bathroom tellers. This was a great opportunity spot from Secret the last time they were here. They found the lone player in sight, they picked him off, and then they had full site control and they get that plant. I think Weibo know how aggressive Secret are being in this game. They want that early map control, they want that first pick.
Here it was. That was just that first sort of strike. As you said, the aggression on the first pick, straight in towards CC. And straight out. This take as well. I mean, unlucky positioning, who knows? But the kit going down where it was is probably the biggest blow. Great response there from Noah, but with time against them, what else could he do? Where else can they go? Reaps wanted to get the lead in there. Just popping his head outside, but doesn't really feel like what Secret they're going to give themselves over towards. They've gone quick. They've gone slightly less quick, and now I'm wondering if they're just going to try and slow things down again. Get back to the game they had.
Yeah, no point dragging your heels again. Just take it that step by step if you can. I mean, this bomb site, you can go pretty minimalistic. You can take in towards east, and that's all you need. I think that's what they're trying to achieve here at the moment. You can see Noah and Mowgli trying to work that east as best as they can. Probably need to get Savage in, though, with a shield at some point, of course, as that main driving force of this team. Adrian will be droning for said shield. Also on the Twitch, so we can try and pick off a bit of util. However, loses the drone to the man inside of Archives, who now slips his way out. Hoven on that Solace. He seen that Twitch drone coming from a mile off. There goes the second, too.
Talking of a mile off, Mowgli still watching on the long distance here, and you can see that Arpe's curious about finding the fight. On towards the watch, but as the Ella gets tracked, it's a close fight with a shotgun as Mowgli covers the distance and gives them that 1 step ahead. Reaps, though, responds loudly. Swings onto Adrian, swings onto Savage. Takes the pair of them down for his third. We know what he's capable of, and now's the time to prove it, but Noah has the proof just as underlined. It's the swing on 90s. Hoping for the 4th, and he just can't find the tailor. Doom gets the down. Finally gets the confirm. Noah alone in a 1 versus 3. Has the track on Reaps, calls him out. You want the ace, you've got to come and get it, but Turd has the cover. 3 of 4 demo, 6 to 5.
Focus, guys, focus.
One more step, one more brick.
They're doing it. Oh dear. Surely the timeout from Secret.
Last one is gonna be Army, you guys.
Gotta be.
Gonna play more aggro probably, like all this.
Because they're losing confidence. Savage has called more aggro. No timeout. Doesn't look like from Twister. I mean, that is... But this is something that Twister does. He knows this team so well.
Yep.
If Savage is calling well, and it's in that flow state, let him be. No point you getting in there and trying to, disrupt him. Just let Savage play. That's what Twister says. If he's calling well, I don't go in. But it is always that risk, Twister, of not now then when we get to OT and you've let it slip. Oh, it's a tough one. It really, really is. But he has faith. He has that faith that his team can do this. Still, 1 round is all they need. They've had 3 cracks at it so far. This is the last one before we get to OT.
5 seconds to insertion.
Said at the time. What else can you say in a timeout as it was put? Round by round. Know the team, have fun. They're having fun. They've been able to find something they've been missing for a long time. A team that's often sort of sided for the fun that they'll have in a server. And here, just a renaissance in the city that founded that. Can they try and add to the artwork upon the wall with this comeback from 6-2 we started and only 1 round away from OT. Secret cannot get this final landing on their attack. Last time here they tried a rush, they got a plant, it got defused, they couldn't quite get their way around, but a Clash was on the board as well as a Glaz. Both those are gone this time round. Very different approaches though because of it. In the meantime, Hoven underneath. Just get some of the control, but they're quite spread out here. Joom, he's on the far side. Joom's looking for that other bit of progression, that other bit of growth. On the hatch, ready to try and get an escape if he needs to, but steady control. On towards top east and across the walkway.
Oh, Hoven, wrong time to make that approach. Joom has beheaded him. Down has happened on to Mowgli, but nobody has followed up, so still potential for the recover. Turd stuck in the corner. There's a Blackbeard on the other side of the wall to him. Needs to be careful, and Weibo, I think, are trying to get some picks back. They're trying to go aggressive, but Secret are ready for it.
5 versus 3. They've got Mowgli back up, and now eyes on the site. They're still quite spread out. All the way towards the top east, all the way to CC. But around the site, they have grown. Around the site, they have set up shop. And they're ready to try and cash out and move on and prepare themselves for the main stage. The C4 ripped and ready to go, but in the meantime, fights are happening. Down short, down long. It's pressure that's about to swing right up to the player. Mowgli and Adrian. 1 apiece, leaves just 1 alone. Oh, they can't make it happen. APAC and SI cannot find the secrets to making main stage as Weibo fall the last dance. But everyone else can as they confirm themselves as one of our top 6 competitors. Team Secret progress to main stage, the live stage, and Weibo's run ends here.
Commiserations to Weibo. The last hope for APAC is gone. Team Secret, look, I think they've had a stellar year. They've had a stellar competition so far, and I think it's a well-deserved main stage, no doubt about that. From the G2 game last night into Weibo today. Not an easy run for Secret. Some big opponents he had to take down along the way, but we will see that team again this weekend on that main stage.
They fought as hard as they could. They almost pulled back that comeback on the second map, the 6-2 to a 6-5. They kept things fighting as intensely as they could. But unfortunately, Secret, as they've often done, they just had done enough. They just got themselves into that solid position. And now they get to confirm themselves. I mean, You've got to give credit, though, to Weibo. The run that they've had throughout this tournament has been brilliant. As I said, they came into this day as the top attacking rated team. Unfortunately, Secret's defenses proved just a little bit too much, Demo.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think Secret just had that steady control throughout the game. On a map like Border, yeah, it's a good map for them. We knew this. It's very high preference. A lot of teams will not play them in Border because they know it so well. And look, Weibo, credit to them. They almost made that comeback. But still, Secret find a way. I mean, Noah today, I mean, everyone today, I thought was fantastic from Secret. Everyone had a job. And now for Secret, you look ahead to the next game, and you keep going, and you keep going. That's the mentality for this team.
What else can you sort of say about them? Apart from the fact that we've had as many lower bracket runs at SI as we've had. They've been able to dispatch a couple of teams on this route, but that doesn't mean there's not the fair share of problems ahead of them. However, they get those 2 days before we hit the live stages to sort of rework everything, reweigh everything, see how things have shaped up, and get their chance at continuing on. Obviously, throughout this second map, we've had different people show up. The first was a lot of Noah, a lot of action there. It was Adrian, it was Doom, Mowgli. Had a couple of big moments at the end, but as you said, it was sort of the same across the board. Unfortunately, Weibo couldn't quite match some of what they've had before. You know, Reaps couldn't quite activate, and maybe that's just Secret. They know this team. They've beat this team twice in 2-0s before, and we'll have to kind of find out if that was the lockdown and see what happens in the next year for Weibo's Siege.
I mean, I think for Weibo, it's the building block, isn't it? Obviously coming in for the past stage, new players coming in to the roster, making them mesh, making them fit. I mean, the coaching staff as well. I mean, Gohan coming in, I think I've seen the change straight away with Gohan being on the side. So it's not all doom and gloom, you know, for Weibo. And it's about building for the next year and go again. Come round, you know, here we are standing at SI26, SI27 could be a whole different story for them.
Well, here is that big bracket, and as you can see, no Secret progress. The other game on A stream is still going. Fluxo, W7M, and SSG. Oh, as we get the sort of direct feed in here, they've just started their own Border, believe your eyes. As we get it, oh, this was the second map. No, it's the third, because the graphic at the top says so. Either way, there is obviously still Siege ongoing. We have what is a back and forth, but Bravo stream for the day is done, as Weibo is as well. And that means that eyes on towards that main stage Demo.
Yeah, again, we still need to find out who the final team is to make our top 6. And I think that's where we're going to go now.
Well, that's all from you and I for now. Let's give it over to those Aussies as they find out our final finalist on the A stream.